being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass, asexual, polyhedral disorder, and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice hoarder and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice hoarder and proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie.
Holy shit, the time! Thank you so much, Daniel. Holy fuck.
Ouch.
2 fucking years. Where did the time go? Thank you so much for being here all that time. I really, really appreciate it. You've been a tremendous help.
I know what
I thank you very much.
A person. Yes, that's what all of us are.
We are doing the Misty Shore today, and some other stuff later on
Loaded
afterwards.
in with everything.
Might be going to see a play. That'll
Actually,
probably
wait,
be
hold on.
Divas, who knows? Divas.
Where's my Inazuma playlist? I need
Hello again.
I do not recall if I have seen you here before.
Well, my name is Selenia. Pleasure to meet you.
Hello, Miss Lenia.
I am Sasha. It is a pleasure to make
Hey!
you acquainted.
Hello,
Hello, Miss
Sasha.
Evelyn.
Hello,
I hope
Sasha.
you are both well.
We're doing alright.
She finishes the thing. Here you go. Empty mug.
Certainly.
That was good. By the way, I'm gonna drink first dimensionally something.
Doing what?
Gonna stay hydrated.
Ah, yes, hydrate before you dehydrate. Always good.
Yep. Uh-huh. Delicious. There we go. I can function properly again. People start shutting the doors a bit more often.
Well, it is getting a little bit
they've
colder at
grown
least.
a conscience.
It is a
I don't
difficult
think
battle
it's
to
that
win.
cold. Oh, come on. Couple of my scales and you guys are golden crispy. Well, not golden crispy, but you're catching my drift.
Yes, we would hope not to be crispy. We've had enough fire damage to
No,
last
no,
lifetime.
that's not it. I don't want you guys to be crispy. But number one being, you have such a lovely voice, and you are such a great healer. So,
Thank you.
You do not attack the healers, and you are a certain person that I maybe just met. But
Sasha is also quite a good healer.
oh, what do you specialize
I
in?
attempt to do my best. I am... I do not have a specialty in healing. Healing is secondary to my most common, capable area of magic.
Okay, so you know the common first aid that, in my opinion, everybody should know?
Indeed. I can do
Because
simple
first-
healing.
Hi, Daniel,
magic,
thank
but
you.
Not incredibly severe.
I specialize in it. And my subdivision is that I can kick ass. Well, on that
Seems to be a
end,
lot of
I'm
people
lacking a
specializing in
lot.
ass kicking nowadays. We've noticed that.
Let's just say, as a healer, I fix their oopsies when they're out there, and it's funny.
As Miss Rhea says, when the heroes need help, they usually go to a healer, so...
Yep. Oh, they die. the battlefield.
Let's
because they just
not-
want to let themselves
Yes,
get
let's
out.
not think about that part.
That conversation went dark.
Mhm. Yes, let's
Sorry.
keep it lighter. We know it's a bit darker because it's closer to the winter time, but
Yeah. But it seems so very nice and cozy.
it's definitely nice in
I
here. The
mean-
fire helps.
Ah, yes. What is the most favorite thing for you guys to do in winter? For me, it's the food.
I bet
Sticky honey rose.
Miss Asha's Feynog has always been good in the winter.
I do not otherwise partake in winter when I can avoid it.
Us too. We don't really like the cold that much.
Fair enough.
Though we do like what we learned in
I
this realm
hate
about
the
the
summer.
carols that the people sing around this time. For the
Sure.
Christmas.
Yeah. But I don't think that it's so bad. Singing Christmas carols.
Hmm?
I don't know much of them.
We're still
I don't have a lot of songs to begin with.
we're still trying to learn a lot of them.
Maybe it's because my father is known as the Dragarula of War.
Ah.
Yeah.
It shouldn't matter what your parents are.
My.
Especially not when.
You really don't want to know. You really don't want to know.
No, probably not.
I mean, my father overly bugged me on making.
Hello.
On me getting a
Hello
kingdom.
there.
I keep.
Oh.
Hi. Hi, Colin.
Hi. How is everyone
Hello,
today?
hello, Miss Ren.
Just thought I'd come by and
Hello.
say hi before I go outside.
I'm a bit excited because I actually am gonna open my gates to my kingdom.
Oh, very nice.
Really?
I got
Come
a
check it
piece
out.
of land from my father, yes. I got a piece
Well,
of
that's
land.
exciting.
You said I could do whatever I wanted with it, so I did what you humans would do. Build a
Um,
kingdom.
Do I look human
Oh.
to anyone else here? If so, I'm very
Your own
concerned.
kingdom. No. You look a bit like a
Down here
puddle
around
at
the
the
counter.
moment.
Good. I was concerned if I was what most humans looked like.
No, don't worry, that's us. We're human.
That'd be very concerning. Hello.
Sorry.
hello.
There's a little. I can sense from an eye.
Hello. Well,
Good
I'm going to head outside. Hope you guys are doing well.
Enjoy.
Yeah,
Certainly.
enjoy. I hope it's okay that I can stay with you guys a bit longer. You guys are being so nice.
That's fine, Miss Linnea.
It's fun to be around you, especially you.
We do our best.
And that's
Miss
already
Evelyn
enough.
and Miss Larissa are particularly popular.
Well, is it so?
I mean,
Well, we'd hope that people.
I mean,
we
you
like to be
are
liked, we
a
suppose.
beautiful singer and healer.
Mm.
But let me just count the other things.
We appreciate it,
That
thank you.
makes you very likable. See?
Hmm.
Oh, don't look away.
People have been surprisingly sentimental recently, so we'd say we don't quite know how to handle it, but we suppose we sort of do, but it's still a little bit surprising, you know?
Just accept it and say thank you.
Mm.
Easy as pie.
Yes, we
That's
understand
how I
that.
handle it anyway.
Mm.
After I turn my head down and flustered. Yeah.
Oh, Miss Wolfie does that all the time. We've seen that. We don't understand why people. Well,
yeah.
we suppose we do now. It can get a bit embarrassing, but in a good way, of course. But maybe not so much in a good way for other
Yeah.
people. Not entirely. They're not used to it.
Jesus, the flex is taking off a lot. Oh shoot. Anyways, I'm gonna head outside. Gonna
Of
take a
course.
swim.
Enjoy the air.
Certainly.
You guys have a good one.
Very kind people around. Are you doing all right, Miss Asha?
I am not certain. I am well from a health and safety perspective.
Oh, hello, Mingus.
Hello, Mingus.
Welcome. How have you been? Well, exciting day.
So it would seem.
Still worried about things from Wednesday?
It is the same concern, yes. Though the events are not related to Wednesday. Or not solely.
Well, you know we're always
You
willing
have
to
known me
listen.
for... You have known me for some time.
Yes.
Have I changed?
Changed. That's quite a question, especially in the course of about 2 years now.
Greetings!
Oh, hello.
It's Tack.
Hello.
Hi.
Uh,
I redid the
Right,
chassis
it's been a
again.
while. Oh, the hair changed.
Yeah, again, plastic surgery's hard.
Fair enough. It looks good though.
Yeah.
You are plastic.
What an air of confidence about
What again?
me.
You are
Hello, Mr. B.
plastic.
Take no thing, it
I am
no
not
thing
plastic.
bothering
It is
me.
skin.
Mm.
It is.
Oh, we've heard about this. It's a
artificial
type of.
skin.
They call it the plastic surgery when people change their appearance and don't use glamours.
I mean, I'm
Ah,
a
I
surgeon.
see.
Doing plastic surgery isn't that hard. I mean,
Just
plus, it's
common
not my
is
body. It's not
strange,
like-
especially around here. So sometimes it takes
True,
a few,
true.
some of
I
us a
mean,
bit longer
it
to
doesn't, it
recognize
doesn't help
what something
the fact
means.
that there's also like 5 different words for common. There's common, English, galactic, basic, some other things I'm sure I'm forgetting.
That's true. And there's so many words that just don't exist in Faerun, like plastic. It took us a while. Then again, plastic
Hey,
doesn't exist in Faerun. Hello, Mr. Min.
I mean, yeah, it is sort of.
Hello there.
Actually, my first time getting here, like, right when it opens.
Well, welcome early. It's a bit quiet still, but...
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
Can I get some hot cocoa?
no cocoa? Sure thing. Just a moment.
Don't wait for
Can
your
I ask you
marshmallows.
something?
Sure.
Is Mr. Rash in it yet?
No, not yet.
Ryan should be here later today, but he's not right now.
Do you know when later?
Maybe
Not
around,
certain.
8 o'clock maybe? I'm not really sure. It depends night to night.
Okay, understood. I might be coming by later then. Hey, good.
All right.
I'm good. How are you?
Well, can you let him know to send me a message whenever he gets here?
Yeah, sure. Which name should I give him?
Min.
I'll make sure to give him that.
Don't worry, Mr. Min.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, you too. Adrian, my boy.
You too. Feels so weird having human hands. Hi, Mangus.
Okay, how about you?
You want hot cocoa?
Let's go.
It's tack.
You one credit.
Gen 3 chassis.
I gotta meet Austin.
V1.
Lola and Ethan.
Thank you.
And some other people.
Enjoy.
Ah, gotcha.
It's a different chassis. It's a more humanoid-looking one.
Met two animals soccer first time.
Oh, how was the Lone Saga?
It's
Bye
just,
sometimes.
yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Same me, different look. And I, just as I get in this chassis, I somehow get sick with it because
Go to this town.
That's it.
No, why?
I don't know how.
Figure
B1 luck. Somehow the worst and the best in the world.
out how to get there.
That's fair enough.
Ah,
I
yeah.
take the train a lot, so.
Maybe you deal in wild magic. That would be interesting.
What about wild magic?
Well, we found that people that tend to have wild magic around them tend to be either extremely lucky or extremely dislucky.
I see.
Or both.
Sin and Ken there.
It is
I
effectively
don't know, I definitely
randomness.
have my fair share of extremely good luck and extremely bad luck. Like going through 2 plague wars for basically just getting my paint scratched off.
Some
Right.
analogies.
Sucks to be small, huh?
Well, we're glad for that good
Healer
luck.
great or healer terrible. There's no in between.
What the heck?
Wouldn't even be sure about
Oh. Welcome.
I don't know about that. Yeah, actually, well, it's a lie.
Hey.
Alright.
Greetings.
So, Mr.
I
Elbon.
miss quite a lot.
You have a really nice coat of fur.
Really?
Looks like a tiger.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
I'm currently trying to get with
What have
someone,
you all been up to?
but they haven't been around for a while.
It's been quite busy lately.
Yeah.
Dealing with a lot of
Yeah.
different issues, but trying our best through it. We've
Yeah.
mostly also been visiting
sort of usual.
Higgs. He's in the hospital in Orlando, Osaka, so we've been
Oh.
helping
What
at
happened to
least
Higgs?
In the hospital?
keep Miss Rand company. He sort of splintered himself. He pushed himself too hard, and he's in a coma. At least his mind is.
Oh.
We're looking into ways to help,
see.
Well, for next week.
but we need to make sure Miss Rand can
So much
calm
for
down
limit
first.
break. Yeah, that's
Wow.
understandable.
It's limit break, not limit break in a healthy manner.
No.
Generally speaking, there are reasons why the human body or any body has
that's
limits
good,
on it.
actually.
It's
That's
to
pretty nice.
not hurt itself.
That's good.
I have some
Break is generally a destructive word. What again?
Yes.
I meant to meet up with Neptune, but luckily Neptune was there
Most
already.
things that concern the word
I meant
break
to check
are
also
destructive
for a second.
or damaging.
Well,
Yeah,
true.
check a lot.
Except perhaps
Although
I was
breakfast.
drunk, apparently, so.
Oh no! Also, just taking a break, relaxing.
Yeah.
Ah,
Well, you could argue
Yes.
it's destructive
That is
of
true.
your work cycle,
She's so
as you are taking a break from work. You are breaking up
So,
your
yeah.
work.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I did. Met the nun. At the,
Oh, Miss Rio.
at the Nook. Yeah,
Greetings.
How are you?
Wait,
that's a different one.
So far, so good.
Yeah.
A different one, okay.
Yeah.
That's
Don't
good.
give me a
And you?
heart attack.
Oh,
It's
she's.
tack. Yeah, this
Unreal.
is gonna be all day, isn't it? Yeah, I figured.
Potentially, yes.
I
Considering
hope the cape
how
would
many
at
people
least
have seen the
help, but-
previous one, a little bit, but it's
Not
hard
many.
to tell immediately.
Sorry, I didn't mean to get
At
it
least
out.
from
Yeah.
behind a lot. Well, okay, maybe from behind a bit better. In the front, not so much.
You look like a LARPer.
Yeah.
Your words carefully as of late.
What?
LARPer?
What's a LARPer?
A person who dresses up as fantasy-based creatures.
Fantasy?
is this
He's
how-
just wearing a cloak.
Fantasy-based anything. Okay.
Well, the
okay.
cosplay.
Fuck it, whatever. Basically cosplay.
Oh, we see.
think I
It's
look
like you're
human.
cosplaying yourself.
Human term.
How does one even cosplay oneself?
I
is it
I mean, I guess, but like, by that definition, couldn't you argue like
you're cosplaying yourself?
Well,
you'd be
you're cosplaying your other
yourself while you're
chassis.
cosplaying yourself, so you'd be cosplaying yourself while you're cosplaying yourself while you're cosplaying yourself.
I mean, I guess
can
that
keep
was sort of the goal, but
I
like,
suppose to other people, it looks like it's someone else cosplaying you. Because they
I mean,
haven't
I
seen
guess.
this.
Technically, if you are cosplaying yourself, you're technically cosplaying yourself, cosplaying yourself, cosplaying yourself, cosplaying
That's true, you
yourself,
do actually
cosplaying
look a bit
yourself,
like
and you
Mr.
keep
Chris
going.
cosplaying you. Or Mr. Burst.
Maybe I don't know. I'm still working
To
on
be fair,
the
with that
face,
E-boy
but
haircut, I
it's,
wouldn't doubt it.
Wait, hold on.
yeah,
Make
the
it
eye
sound like
isn't
it looks like Burst.
Yeah,
A little bit.
yeah.
Oh my
yeah.
god, he does look like Burst.
I mean, it is literally
Just
an
12 years
artificial
younger.
chassis. This is an artificial body. I mean,
Have you selected to look
You
like?
look like a
Demo
crazy person
story's
Burst.
all official.
no. I just got
To
it
be fair, if you think
from
about it,
the people I
it kinda
bought it
is.
from.
I see.
Oh, no.
Think about it closely. he
Which was a
kinda-
while ago, and then it looked a bit different, but then plastic surgery, it's still a work in progress. It is. I am not done.
Just be happy.
That's
Just
fair.
be happy with who you are.
It does take a
That's
bit
what's
to
important.
find. Well, people, that's why people
still
change their
want to make a new
hairstyles and things
cape.
like that.
There be two
For right
versions
now,
of plastic
I've
surgery now?
basically just made a new version of my cape, just a bit bigger, and even still, it's a bit snug around my neck. So
Can you turn
It
around? I want
looks
to see
like
the
it's,
cape.
you look like you're going to get paper cut
What
on your
again?
cape.
The back of the
Can you
cape,
turn around? I want to see the cape. Oh,
right?
nice.
With that around your neck, it looks like it's about to give you paper cut.
Someone seems
I
to have
wouldn't
left that
call
out there.
fabric paper cut, but
Mm.
yeah.
Rugburn.
Ryash gave me the idea of a shoulder
You're
cape,
welcome.
which I might do, but I need to
Ooh.
make a new cape.
We definitely want to see that when
Olé.
it's done, though.
What sort of cape are you gonna go Toro
Olé.
to any bull that comes nearby?
No, it's just shoulder cape would look better on a
Hello,
more.
Mr. Adrian.
This looks better on a
see
B1,
you.
not as much on a human.
I made this
human
comment
body.
about LARPer because you're wearing such casual clothes with a cape.
How you doing tonight?
Casual
I'm doing good.
clothes or
How is
casual
everyone?
clothing. You have to realize I
Doing
don't
alright.
have feeling most of the time. I
That's
like to
good.
feel nice when I can.
Yet you kept the cape.
Yes, the cape is nice. It's a nice cape.
Is it like a
Also,
blanket?
it's-
Well, so Mr. Min, are you hiding from people here?
No.
Is it like a... Then how
Oh
is
no,
it
I
No,
was
the cape
I
is
was
just
going somewhere
part of the
before
look.
coming here, so I
Part
didn't
of
have
the
time to
look.
change clothes. I do need to go soon, I think.
Oh, I see.
Also, as for the hair, the other eye isn't exactly,
optimal?
technical difficulties right now, so...
Listen, we know the
we're
mask
getting
was
to it
for
right now.
Shine running over, they
Hey,
call
look
it,
at,
but
hey, look over here real quick.
good luck.
Look over there.
No.
Good luck, man.
So you were saying, thank you.
Oh, we were just
Sorry, was it-
talking about the
Don't
mask
worry
or leave
about
it.
it now.
We see
I
if
won't
you have to go
cover
already.
the eye whenever I, fix it.
Yeah.
It's a bit sad not being able
Well,
to see your face.
If it helps any. Well, hold on. There you go.
There we go. We'll take
Everyone
it.
knows
We'll
me,
take
aren't
it.
Oh, very much
I'll make sure
so.
to not have a mask next time.
I'm
It's
hyped up on
fine.
17
Just
cups
teasing.
of coffee.
Have a good night.
Yep. See you.
Fair enough.
You know
I'll be
what?
around
If
again.
if your heart explodes, that is not my issue.
It has once before, but that was mostly because I got stabbed.
How do you survive your heart? I'm not even gonna
I have
ask.
multiple hearts.
Ah. Quite a few people have multiple things that others wouldn't. We've noticed that. Well, Higgs has two hearts
I
now.
suppose so.
Even though my humanoid shape, remember, you should remember, I used to be a genetic chimera made through alternative means. I'm not really genetically like you all.
Okay, that
Genetically,
makes a bit more
quote-unquote,
sense because
humanoid shape.
generally speaking, a bigger creature still only have one heart, as their heart is just more proportionally sized to fit
I
the
was
blood
made to
flow
murder.
they need. Yeah, but well, if you weren't normally this size and again, not organically made, then it wouldn't make sense to have more hearts as better blood flow and less critical hit points.
Well, there are still critical hit points. They're just
Well, I'm
weird.
saying it's less, but you would have to destroy both hearts to not.
Like, normally you would assume my heart would be right here. Like, my normal heart would be right here, but it's not.
Well, again, not
Hey, Mingies.
Careful, Mingus.
natural.
Want a cookie?
Mingus is fine.
Have a cookie.
Actually,
It
let's
was.
try.
I should try black coffee. I haven't had that.
That's probably a good idea. Could we
I
bother
don't think
you
I've ever actually
to?
tried it with
Mm.
this chassis.
I'm good. By you.
We're wondering if we could bother you to look after the bar for at least a few minutes. We want to talk to Miss Sasha.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
Thank you.
Theories that probably I should not be.
Really?
Miss Sasha? Do you want to talk
Yeah,
outside?
because I'm pretty sure some people would hate me for the theory I'm thinking of.
Goddamn.
Holy shit, that tastes like. Oh my fucking god, I've been drinking that? Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
Over here. We don't get to sit over here very often. So you asked if we thought you'd changed. Is there a particular way you're curious about, or just in general?
I'm not entirely certain. Mr. Silver had identified a change in my demeanor. He believed me to still be unwell. This implies that it was relative to past behavior. It has
I
been some
see.
time since I saw Mr. Silver.
You said you'd been on a long journey before, in the Feywilds, right?
Yes.
Did you... I suppose the question is, did you have to deal with anything or see anything that... made you need to adapt to a situation a lot? Sort of like how Miss Luna was stuck in the Shadowfell for a long while.
Not that I am aware of. I found that it was usually advantageous to simply avoid conflict where possible. Akai was able to assist with more direct encounters most of the time.
You avoided it, yes, but... what sort of things did you see?
I spent a substantial amount of my journeys on the edges of winter. There are many unfriendly Fae there. I suppose
So
there are
I've
many
heard.
in summer as well, but in different ways.
Yeah.
A lot simply wish to they wish to seek enjoyment from others.
Yes, they do.
It is one of the reasons I am not wearing shoes.
Did you take your shoes?
It was my fault.
What does that mean?
I was not particularly precise. I had intended to trade the shoes that I was wearing. Instead, I have for a time traded any shoes that I am wearing.
Ah. Alright, so no shoes. Did they say slippers or sandals counted?
I have not investigated this.
We should try it sometime. It's good to be comfy, especially when you're wandering outside. Well, we know here is fine, but your cave is a bit,
Indeed.
a bit rocky.
This is true. Though I have spent substantially less time there in the intervening time.
Right.
It is time-consuming for me to reach the certain areas that I was visiting. Thus, it is advantageous to remain, rather than to return to the cave when it can be avoided.
I suppose that makes sense. At least something we've noticed, since you've gotten back especially... What's the correct way to explain this? You seemed a bit more timid than you used to be. We know you've always been quieter, at least like this. But a little bit more so than normal. You've stuttered a bit more, you've seemed more worried about your words. Or at least about interactions with people.
I believe this is an accurate analysis.
Is there a reason why?
This is what I am uncertain about. I have... There was a conversation when we had spoken in the office about the pure ones, and in a subsequent conversation that I overheard, Miss Blaze was substantially upset about the fact that I was injured by Miss Hush.
Oh yes, of course. Most of us were very
That is rather
upset that you
the
got
point.
injured.
It is not obvious to me why.
Ah.
Hush attempted to kill me. However, I was actively attempting to kill Hush. The only distinction is that she was more effective.
Right. You're thinking of it from a logical standpoint, which is understandable. It was war. We were on two different sides, and the purpose of that is to deal with the other side as best you can. But there are certain emotions that are amplified or brought to the surface when one's friends are hurt. No matter whether it was in a war or not, people are less trusting of someone that harmed their friend because they're pretty sure that there's a chance that they'd do it again if they were allowed to. It's harder for some people to believe that something is a one-and-done situation, you know? They also don't want their friend to get hurt again because of their complacency or their trust. It's harder to trust people like that. Because if they do it again, that's partly on them for not stopping it ahead of time. Or at least they feel that way. Sometimes it's paranoia. A lot of the times we'd say we've at least found, and we've talked to Mr. Reich about this, we'd rather have mistakes come from reckless compassion than paranoid diligence or uncaring diligence. But that's just our opinion. We know it's not everyone's. But that's just our way of thinking that things could go better. If more people could act like that. Or understand that. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be all the time. It's case by case, but negative emotions flare. Especially when it comes to trust. And sometimes it makes things worse down the line. It makes people go numb when they lose the part of themselves that's willing to trust somebody else even after conflict. If there's a chance that they can change.
It is impolite to mistrust people arbitrarily.
Yes. To an extent, yes. It's also impolite to betray that trust when it's given. And sometimes people do that. And it's unfortunate and people get hurt because of it. And so they start mistrusting first. Not allowing a chance to show better. But we at least saw it wasn't as bad as it could have been. At least in that conversation, everyone agreed that at least with Mr. Galahad and some of the others, they'd be allowed to try to better themselves. They just didn't want to do it here. Too close to everyone. Too close to the people too close to their friends who got hurt. Do you understand?
I have begun to believe that I may have in the past. There's... You and Mr. Ludric were troubled by the contracts that you had found above when we were in his dream. You had not been so when the other contracts were read.
Maybe it's mostly just because of the ones that we saw particularly. A lot of them were selfish, but they didn't harm others in the process. At least most of them didn't. The ones up there were selfish in a way that put others at risk more than themselves. They traded people's lives, not their own. They took away people's free will. Other people's. With their own contract. We've seen that a lot in our realm. Especially nobles like that. Our parents might have done the same. If they'd ever met one. Maybe we're wrong.
I do not understand the objections.
Pardon me, real quick question
yes?
for staff.
Yes, how can we help you?
Is there a rule about children characters that don't have a parental guardian here?
No?
Okay, just making sure. I know some places do. I didn't know if this place did.
No, it's fine. It's an open area.
Wanted to make sure.
Mostly keep an eye out. There are spirits and drones that keep people from getting too rowdy, you know?
Understood. I just wanted to make sure because someone just came up and said they were 11.
No, that's fine.
So.
We have... Well, my sister's in the guild, and she's 14.
All right. I just wanted to make sure because some people are getting a little loud about it and wanted to check with the people in charge first. I'll go let them know.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
The reason I was concerned about speaking to you on Wednesday is I do not understand the objections to such a deal. I have been evaluating my past actions in this realm. There are a number of them that no longer make sense to me. You were troubled when I made the deal with Omni. This to me is the same. I traded something that I had acquired, such that I did not have to trade something that was part of me.
We get that. Maybe it's just us. Memories are precious. Even if they're not your own, they're part of somebody's story. And they became part of yours the moment you took it. Those experiences. And you don't feel it anymore. What Mr. Reich felt.
But it is... I am uncertain. The change to me has not been pronounced enough to have occurred since... I believe it might... If my demeanor had changed substantially since I exchanged the memory, it would be more noticeable to those around me. Mr. Silver had not seen me in some time, but there are those who did. There was a time... It was very early on in the guild. I believe in a number of weeks after its creation. Miss Remy had been claimed by a fae. I do not recall if you knew her.
We remember being there, at least briefly for that. The old guild hall.
Indeed. We had gone to the fae's library to recover Remy. We brokered a deal. I brokered a deal, though I was not a participant. The terms were our safe departure with Miss Remy in exchange for memories from Tish. I believe it was related to his husband.
I think we heard a bit about that.
Afterwards, Mr. Tish was substantially injured by this. We As we left, I revealed to the others that there was a caveat to the deal that I had brokered. I had ensured our safe passage. I did not ensure safety for the Fae. With Mr. Arcana's assistance, and the combined efforts of all present, we burned the library. This is understandable to me. It was the mitigation of a threat. But I made a deal with Mr. Arcana to assist in doing it, to lend the power of that favor. That I do not understand. It seems unnecessary. But I would not have done so without reason. I remember hugging Miss Remy once. This also is not obvious to me. I have hugged you in the past. The same is true.
Do you not recall what the feeling of compassion is like then? Or the bonds tied to friendships? Do you still consider us friends?
My definitions have not changed. At least, not in a way that I have observed. I consider you and Miss Larissa my friends. But one can eat because they are hungry. One can eat because they wish to taste the food that they are presented with. I am not certain. I am not at present certain whether I can differentiate. Thus it is unclear to me if I call you my friends now for the same reasons that I do then.
When was the last time that you did something that you don't recall why you did it now?
I'm not entirely certain. The majority of them seem to have occurred before I went on my travels.
What is winter like? Never got that close. Knew better.
Winter is many things. It is cold and still and dark, and stark and hard. It is when you are in a large space and you are overcome by its vastness. I am uncertain how to determine whether it is the influence of winter. I asked Mr. Rayesh if I had grown colder. He said that I had, but that he thought all of us had. This is an unsatisfactory answer, but it may still be true.
Maybe. Doesn't mean we have to particularly like it. But we can sort of see what he means. That vast darkness, those hardships that pile up. They can make people pause. They can make them see themselves or the ones around them as less significant in the long term, given what they're up against. That doesn't make it right, though. At least not to us. That's the time, that's a type of darkness that seeps into people and makes them numb, makes them lose. The closest word we could say is humanity, but makes them lose their emotions, makes them lose what makes them alive. Too much of that, and they drift apart from other people. Those bonds, those connections that make them stronger. Or should. The darkness, the winter, pulls people apart, isolates them sometimes.
I was not alone.
We know.
I suppose that perhaps that is not the point. I have generally found that you possess substantially more wisdom than I do in many cases.
Don't know if it's wisdom as much as just your purpose wasn't to be human. Mine was. So I have to see that. To see things from that side.
I chose to remain in the material realm when I first visited. This is one of the decisions that I am not fully able to discern the reasons for now. I lack an appropriate way of comparing the
Sorry.
Mr. Silver.
That unallergic guy is here.
Oh. Alright. Give us a moment.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just wanted to make sure you two are aware.
Thank you.
Not exactly. It's more like apparently someone's similarity to his species. That seems to have a lot of answers, and then putting Lugic on a trial, which is rather interesting in that regard.
That might be the one from the
is
symbols we
Mr.
found.
Lutric present.
Yes.
Indeed.
So what I could ascertain real quick from a quick glance, that one in front of him has no scarring of Lugic and has golden eyes, and Lugic is, still blind to one eye, markings in purple. So the one that's next with the Ren there, that's Lugic right now. And the one in front of him is not.
I do not see.
And beside Miss Oreo.
Yes, I do not see the other. It may be that it is perspective. I trust that they are there, if you say so.
Do you see Miss Senna?
Indeed. I know that that
They're
is
right next to Miss Senna. Okay. And are you asking about Lugic then?
Indeed.
Oh.
Do you see, the small cat?
Wow.
Oh, they just moved.
I can see him now.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting.
It's fine, we'll be there
It's quite all
soon.
right.
And they've already gathered a crowd though.
Well, yeah, it's Lugic.
Yes. And that means he'll tell us all about it if we miss anything.
Hopefully. I do know, I forget the guy's name. The one that's glowing right now with the purple, he's ready to take on the world, so...
The machinist.
No, the purple one? The one with the gem in the middle.
Oh, Mr. Peep.
The blocky shaped... yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
I do not believe he's capable of taking on the world.
No, but he feels like he can, because Senna apparently charged him with, wow, hi, Ickerbane.
Hang on. Okay.
Icarus is the name of the sword, correct?
Yeah,
No,
it's right
there's
now
the
taking the
Hexblade,
form
yes.
of, Higgs.
He was forced out.
Mr. Higgs?
Ickerbane was forced to separate from him because of what happened to his mind in Orlando Saka.
I thought it was because he was just bored, from what you guys told me.
Well, he's bored because, well, there's nothing of Higgs to move him around. But he was also forcibly pushed out first.
I see.
Oh, a question for you, Miss Sasha. If you could right a wrong, would you do that? Like any previous mistakes?
Specifically or conceptually?
Let's just say some higher being, such as a god or something, wronged you. Would you want to try to make it right in some regards?
A higher being wronged me.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask the question again later. Well, welcome to the Misty Shores, but you kind of already been here several times.
Yeah.
I assume you know about the shenanigans over there.
I'm sorry. Just about the furniture store person?
Mm-hmm. Well, nothing going on in that circle.
Or at least I didn't know what was going on. I don't know. Don't really care either.
We figured. So what do you care about at the moment?
I'm not sure right now. I'm just kind of thinking.
Seems to be going
Is this the
around.
most you actually get to think for yourself for a while?
No, I think for myself all the time. If anything, I see it, but I have an abundance of thinking for myself.
I mean, like being influenced by another person's emotions kind of deal.
It's not like that, exactly. It's... the best way to consider it is like minds think alike. So let's say you're talking to someone. Actually, here's a good way to discuss this. We don't know each other and we never met, Ickerbane.
Yeah.
Is he also
indeed.
multiple people?
Yes.
Who are you? So, D has a connection with the Acres entity, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, the entity as they call it.
Correct. You don't actually need to move. You can keep sitting down. In any case, so they have a connection. D, would you consider the fact that, would you consider the entity to influence you and you influence the entity at all?
We do influence each other. It's like a hand-in-hand experience.
Does the entity, then, would you consider yourself and the entity, though, free thinking? Like you can think separately?
Oh, definitely. We argue on certain topics as well.
Exactly. So, that's kind of what that's kind of the relationship I have with Higgs. Is, depending on the situation, we may have a like mind about it, and that may influence each other's thoughts. But we do argue, consistently, actually. He's kind of a stubborn piece of shit. Then again, so am I.
Right.
Yes, we noticed.
I am no fool.
I'm going to investigate the multiple Ludrics.
Oh no, collateral damage.
All
My
right.
hands are shaking.
We'll talk
Please
more
be
later.
safe.
Let's do that.
I am immoral.
Okay, so
Back to fighting.
the fact that
Just so
you
I
stated
get
that
your name
he's
right,
taking
how
on
do
a
you
form
pronounce
that's
your name again?
easier to perceive, it's an aberration. Or he's an aberration.
IKEA. Okay, I'll try to keep it in mind.
Hey.
No, not necessarily. Hi.
Also, why is Higgs spectral?
Not Higgs.
Not Higgs. Ickerbane. Ickerbane.
The sword.
Oh.
So,
Good to meet you, little Forge Master.
I am not certain that I was able to understand your
This
name
is
properly.
a surprise. Hello.
IKEA.
It is a pleasure to finally perceive you.
Ikea.
Ah, yes.
You voice perceive me, it's not this way.
My name is Sasha.
Well,
It is a
that,
pleasure to make your
I
acquaintance.
guess what I meant by
There are two
I
of you.
guess. Because I've always seen
Like,
you
somebody clone you?
as the sword, but I've never seen you out of the sword.
Well, I suppose I should also introduce myself. I'm Frederick.
Certainly.
Shouldn't get that? Alright. I
Pleasure to
won't
meet
ask
you.
any further questions then.
When you three want to talk, I have an idea. Later, of course. Just come find me. I'm gonna go wander. Been a while.
Right.
Alright.
So Higgs is out of commission and Ickerbane has legs now?
Ickerbane has had legs before, but yes.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
These are quite interesting developments.
Yes.
You see, it's been a very interesting week. Over and over and over again.
Yes,
to say
apparently
the
so.
least.
Also, apologies.
Yes,
Hello.
isn't it?
We're Ebb and Flo. Nice to meet you. Properly.
You as well.
Okay, doesn't have enough
I guess
alcohol in
the
his system,
silver lining is that it's just been interesting, and not
Yes.
anything more.
Well, I hope not. Nothing more.
Well, definitely up for that. So what have you
Yes.
missed?
Wait, repeat that once more, dear.
What have you missed?
Well, immediately everyone saw him and started asking all the fun questions.
Of course they did.
Because seeing another of me, immediately everyone wants to know all the information.
Mhm.
What's your life story? Who
Ah,
are
yeah.
you?
That's
Well,
probably
normally
a problem.
information is hard to get from you, so yeah.
Okay, you were both talking at the same time. What did you say? Didn't you say everyone wants to pet the dog?
That's what we were actually going to say.
Yeah.
That's the problem with looking like him.
Yeah,
Everyone
everyone.
wants to pet the dog.
Mm-hmm. You will be at the
Some
center
more
of attention.
aggressive than others.
That's not even a joke.
Man, this would be much more fun if you were actually the same person, but IKEA, sorry if I pronounce this wrong, I'm trying, would just answer straight away because sometimes the information getting information from you, Ludwig, can be hard.
I wouldn't do my job correctly if I did. If I just gave away everything.
Mhm.
Hey,
well,
remember that one time you were covered in margarine?
What?
You were covered in margarine, remember?
This is not Mr.
Are you sure about that? Are you positive about that?
Curious.
Damn it.
It's a story. It didn't.
No, it was just regular butter.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
actually just
exactly.
butter.
That was the trick question. If they said yes,
Why
I
were
knew
you
they would
covered
be
in
fake because it was
butter?
butter.
Higgs.
Yeah.
Butter dog. Dog with the butter.
Well, okay, I have a lot of questions about that.
It's just.
Things got complicated. Yes.
Okay. How about we put it this way? This is a similar case between people like myself and Wayne. They just have the same face and hair and
It
clothing.
might have been better if, since he can, I'm assuming alter forms. It might have been better if he made slight alterations so that not everyone thinks that it's exactly
Alright,
you.
look, I will make
Or a
this a
clone of
little
you.
easy on everyone. There.
At least that might be much easier.
We're fairly certain there's reason for it.
That is I would
That
suggest
works.
changes in fur color and also I guess hair length, I guess, or styling.
COD's doing.
It is impolite to imply that people should change their appearance because it is difficult to discern between them.
I'm not saying that they should, but it's more of if they don't want the issue to, I guess, happen, or I guess attract attention.
We're
I mean,
pretty
Wayne
sure.
gets
Do
called
you want the
Frederick, I
issue
get
to attract
called
attention?
Wayne, it will happen.
That would be the first question.
Well, it was primarily to attract his attention.
Well, that worked.
For what reason?
Hello, Mr. Ayash.
Hello, Mr. Ash.
Gray,
you want
gold
someone to
trim. You. That one's you. Am I right? No. Yes, that one is you. Okay, you have the different eyes. That's you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the fuck.
It got complicated,
To
yes.
really just make this a whole mess.
Oh, and then Dylan comes in and starts, being a fool. May I ask who this one is?
Hello, I'm Mike.
I mean, Ludwig, don't you also have one of the
aura?
Magus we made that turns you into a cat?
Mm-hmm. I do. I never use it.
No,
but
I still
do.
have mine.
Mine's somewhere.
There are at least 4 people present.
To be
that
fair.
are not Mr. Ludwig and are also a different version of themselves or someone similar to themselves. Is this a particularly unique spectacle for any reason?
No,
No.
No.
Question
It's
is,
starting to
but
look
you
pretty-
know,
it's
apparently he
something-
got his chassis finished.
Yes. He looks
yes.
like Mr. Burst with purple hair.
A bit like Mr. Chris, too.
Minute. Oh shit!
Mhm.
Then he might look like me.
A little bit,
He's
yes.
wearing a cape.
His usual
yeah,
cape.
Now that he mentions it. Yeah, no. He does share the face with Chris and yeah. Suffer my fate, right?
But, words, yes. Have you been given a proper tour of the guild? I do not believe I have. Well, why don't we fix that? Instead of all just standing in a large circle.
Taking a walk.
Yes.
Then.
Alright, well. First thing first, that is a tree.
Oh, really?
Yes, I know.
Oh, we're going that deep,
Very
are we?
astute.
Let me see.
Something tells me to still keep an eye on them just because it
I
involves.
can see how you attract so much attention. I am entertaining, at least. I wouldn't own, I wouldn't co-own an entire bot organization if I was boring. At least I think so.
That's incredible. I need more.
So,
I'm
obviously,
bored
here
right
the-
now, so just do short comms tablet.
Well, I'm glad I know that I'm interesting on multiple fronts. But obviously, so this is the arena. In a moment here, they will throw up a barrier so that way the combatants might be able to attack a bit, more freely. We don't, we don't encourage death, so we try to keep things civil.
No, we
on
actively
the,
discourage death
spars.
during spars. Let's start with that.
Discourage. Sorry, I must have said encourage. For a day, I have had
So
a
we don't
day.
actively
Now,
encourage, but we actively discourage.
encourage. Again. Slip of the tongue. Complete slip of the tongue. So
You'd be
there's
surprised.
barrier and... Oh, I'm quite aware. And we're off.
Didn't mean you.
Got the whole thing for I'm gonna wait probably another day or so for some responses and
You eat
go from
aluminum?
there.
Sounds good. Tracking days are good.
Into the training area?
Training area, as Ebb Flo stated, should one wish to brush up on the skills, get a little training, warm up before a mission, or for a spa.
We do need to pull out the bow and arrow again soon.
I need to start doing something similar. I need to really sit down and practice. Down that pathway would be the graveyard, where those who have fallen in the line of duty come to rest.
Luckily
This
not
is
very
after all
full
my
right now.
venturing guild. Yes, thankfully.
Oh, Mr. Michael.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm doing alright. It's not Dylan, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
Gotcha.
Not quite. Is it Mr.
So who's that? Oh.
Did I pronounce it correctly? Or do I need to brush up on it one more time? Close enough. Not close enough. The concept. Say it once more. I want to make sure if I'm going to address you, we can at least do it properly. IKEA. IKEA.
Mr. IKEA. All right.
IKEA.
So is this like a clone thing, or?
Nope. This
What's
is
happening in the
a-
same species?
No, easy to
With the same-
communicate. Well, technically.
Same species and decided to go with the same style of clothing.
Well, more of a distant cousins of sorts. Estranged, as he's stated.
Hmm.
The appearance simply makes things easy. Well, it's
More difficult in this
actually
case, we'd
terrifying to
honestly
ask.
say, yes. After a moment, at least. After the first moment.
Yeah. Depends. That or it encourages a question of, if this is simpler, what is the other alternative?
That's fair. On alongside the
This is
blacksmith's
the-
shack.
Oh, poor man. There we are. The flux coming for us all. This is the blacksmith shack. Should a guild member have a request for repairs, creation, of such, you can come here to have them done. Well,
Oh. Have fun, Cupcake.
Cupcake is an immense amount of pain.
Oh, why?
You require assistance.
Cupcake got run over by a 5-ton forklift.
But why? How? Oh. Come on, can we
Cupcake
get
broke
you?
his back leg.
Why? Stop getting hurt. Come on,
Don't touch Cupcake with your healing, it will do worse.
Is there something that can provide you with healing?
I assume you all are going to have a private conversation, right?
Cupcake needs like
Giving a
necromancy.
tour at the moment.
Unless anyone can pull that out,
Yes.
Cupcake can't
The
be
tour
healed.
at the current moment.
Mind Fire Company?
Of course.
I'm uncertain as to whether we have
privacy
any
is up to
necromancers
you.
present. You may be able to find one
That's
if
why
you
Cupcake's just sitting here
Silly
in pain.
private conversation.
We don't think Mr. Trash is around.
But
Might
50
be-
questions all in the front of the guild in front of
Cupcake can do
entire
his
list of people
very
is
slow
just...
healing by eating food.
Oh, we do have lots of food,
Everyone's
so.
got their own opinions.
Cupcake was just going to go get a fish, so that worked too.
I don't.
All right,
blame
just
you
be careful. Take it easy. How about this? Here. Cast levitation. Just lift up slightly. Just move yourself that way. There you go.
Metaverse is
terrifying
just
to watch
getting
from a
more and more
distance.
uncanny. I'm not gonna see another
Ace
you, am
at one
I?
point attributed that creature to
Sorry?
something from the Dark Aether. So
I'm not gonna see another you, am I?
I was aware, apparently, I heard him in a
We
house.
certainly hope
Who was
not.
referring to him originally.
I hope not.
Yeah. We've seen something like that, I believe, in the distance when we were busy that 1 month.
Alright, well, let's continue the tour.
Nope.
Pardon? Just doing the tour. If you couldn't tell, and I don't know if I need to say it again, but part 2, it's another tree. Be impressed, be surprised.
There are plenty of warden trees around.
Oh, yeah, it's just a very big one, at least a very
Mhm.
stout one.
Well, yes, that's what makes it one of the warden trees. There's a difference between one of the warden trees and like Leopold.
I see.
Hmm.
Well, I believe you. Oh, again, poor man. There he is. I believe you remember the beach, seeing as we came here last time to have the nice little conversation. Usually it's rather empty.
Seemed a bit more distant and quiet.
Yes.
Just wait until people knock the beach balls into the ocean. Then it gets kind of wacky. I wonder if they already did.
Probably already did.
Oh, no! No, they're still there!
I'm just as shocked as you are.
Yeah, right? What? That just means it's our job. Then we'll probably go that way. Then they won't get lost.
Yeah, this will probably get lost. It's just not as
That's true.
effectively.
It'll just get lost out in the woods. That's better because we don't have to get a water breathing potion.
True. So, I will say this, since we're out here and it's a bit calmer and quieter. If there's any questions you actually wish to ask him, feel free. Obviously, your own discretion whether you wish to answer anything. After all, you are your own person. But I thought the offer was this. Well, at least the offer should be made, seeing as we all went together, so you should have the ability to ask questions of your own.
We're wondering about that, but at the same time, we don't want to ask the same thing over and over again. So what we got so far?
Well, as I told you, we already know what the sim belongs to your house, correct? Just to make sure I'm understanding everything correctly and I'm not misgiving on anything. Well, you belong to the house. Not your house, but you belong to it.
It is quite unfortunate, the timing of this.
Sheesh! Sheesh!
I can't hold it for that long.
Oh! Maybe! Almost!
Maybe.
For a moment! Yee! Huh!
Maybe. Hold on.
Yeah! Yeah! Let's go! Whoop!
Good work, you three.
All right.
I must say,
So let's
dimensional
try this.
stability here.
It's awful. Yeah.
Mm.
Absolutely dreadful at times. So, to go back to what was said before, the symbol we found with the swords and stars, you belong to that house. Not your house, but it's the house you fall under. Oh, god damn it again.
I think he probably needs to go home and then come back.
Maybe, always something. Oh!
Maybe.
No, I think
Take
I'm
that, Flux.
fine. Please. Finally.
Are you sure? Positive.
I believe I'm fine now. Stability here is so terrible, I must say.
Yeah.
It is, quite.
Oh, the spars are going on, so...
Might try limiting your perception by distance.
Yes, I might do that, I think.
Make things a tiny bit simpler for you. So, while you're doing that, I can at least go on further. So, hopefully we get through it this time. The symbol, Sword and the Stars, is the house you fall under. That is the house that you represent. Right. Which would be House Aegetes, if I'm understanding that correctly. Not to be completely rude, but not to also beat around the bush. He would be what I found out I am, but he's partially. Except he is fully. I'm assuming you're fully.
Right.
Partially what, if I can ask?
A Connell off.
Excuse you.
Yeah, bless you as well.
Oh.
What does it mean?
Oh!
You want to hear this one?
Okay, you don't know Yugoloths?
Oh, tentacles. Yes.
Not one of those though. Yeah, But yeah,
Yeah.
fiends. Oh.
Wait, wait.
Where's the two of you?
Hi there.
But you go for
Yeah,
the
it got
blue
complicated.
lights. He's trying to leave me.
Right.
The second person. If you wish to introduce yourself, you're more than welcome to. He's a visitor for the day.
Right, so what happened? What is going on here? I think I'm missing some crucial context. Hello.
Good afternoon. So, easier to
I'm sure
talk
this
and mingle.
is the strangest thing you've seen, little Garthen.
Yeah.
It's not the strangest thing, but I feel like I need some color context, right? You know.
Hi, Lady Q.
Easier to comprehend. Simpler. Hence why he looks like that.
Familiar. Right. Ah, the goddess of balance. Welcome to the conversation.
Shenanigans.
Hello, darling.
I'll take her bean.
Yes. I mean, this isn't anything new to me.
Oh, I know. I assumed as much. Seems to be the case with Lord.
Yeah.
If anything, the most that I'm trying to figure out is which one is the real one. But I'm guessing the one with the injury is.
Potentially.
Probably the one with the scar on his eye.
What's scar? I don't have a scar on my eye. I know what you're talking about.
Right, whatever that is, a tattoo or whatever. And you took it away.
It's mine now. I call dibs.
Oh.
Regardless.
What is this, Ray?
You might.
In furtherance of rapidly disseminating answers to this question, is anyone opposed to simply, well, I will be unable to do so, but to claim that he is simply a shapeshifter that is playing a prank on Mr. Ludric? This will be a faster answer than endeavoring in the same conversation repeatedly.
Yes.
You can also just tell him to fuck off. That also works well, too.
Sometimes.
That it does.
It is impolite to tell people to fuck off.
It is.
Yeah.
Maybe rude, but it sometimes is the right thing to say. It's none of their business.
Well, true. But we're also on a public place, so someone being a student, at least a little curious, is not exactly unheard of.
It's not like the in rooms.
Yeah. But, oh, that was nice. I cramped up all day. Now,
Yeah, at least I'm glad it's not a mimic.
Anyways,
no,
how are you doing, Ebb Flo?
It's been a busy week. This is part of it.
See?
There's something we want to talk to you about after this, though.
Of course,
If you knew
of course.
who we were,
I
I
decided to
assumed that
pop
that
in
implies you
and
may have
check
known
on
what we were.
you all, see what's going on.
Yes. It's good to see you.
Seems like a lot.
Oh yeah, like a lot.
That's a fair question, to be honest with you. So, you know, I thought I would have had better questions to ask for the second visit. I didn't think it'd be so soon, to be perfectly honest with you. Wasn't sure if you all had any questions.
Well, yeah, we were just trying to figure out what was already asked, so we didn't ask again.
Darling.
Realistically, that much has not been asked.
Okay.
It was last time it was proper introduction.
And first question, why?
You'll need to be a bit more specific.
Oh.
The appearance.
Why? Well,
I'm afraid
no.
that I also do not understand.
Why? Well, we assume you're the one who is connecting to Ludric. Why?
Connecting to him in what aspect? Again, you need to be
The
specific.
dreams?
Are you asking what the dream's purpose was?
We heard a little bit about a test, but what kind of test? Why?
There is something more specific. The test is something a bit more passive. It's only a test in some form of the aspect. Suffice to say, if one is able to interact with it fully, then they are of interest. Being that Mr. Ludric was able to interact with it fully, regardless of how he managed to do so through the use of others or on his own, he's taken our interest.
And what does having your interest mean?
You gonna take Ludric outside?
This is why you need to be more specific. No. With what you just asked, I could simply say, having my interest implies that I'm curious or interested in him in some way. That is a valid answer. You need to be more specific. Please.
Okay.
Are you required to answer specific questions to disseminate knowledge?
Not required. Rather, if you do not ask a proper question, I cannot give a proper answer. And I don't like answering stupid questions.
Okay. Then...
For my own clarification, you have identified that you yourself are an Arcanoloth, or that simply he is and that you are associated.
Yes. I'm assuming he would be full-blooded and I am partially blooded.
I will admit my specific knowledge of Arcanoloths is quite limited.
Only I had decided to bring my...
We have two Ludrics. All right. Who am I? Is it
He is
one
not
of I?
Ludric.
Who? Which one is it? Which one's the real one? Do I have to shoot?
This
Do I
is
have to
Mr.
shoot?
Ludric.
That one's the real one. That one's not. You're fine.
Ludric,
Don't worry about it.
Ludric, what should we do?
Mm-hmm. Oh, keep going.
Yeah. I'm done.
Yeah, we figured. Mr. Sachi's just here to make it awkward and then leave, like usual.
As always, come on.
He's a calling card that you can be called upon rather easily.
Mm.
All right then.
Okay,
well,
so...
Mr. Ludric is... Which is more correct? You are present in Mr. Ludric's dreams, or Mr. Ludric goes somewhere in his own.
I would say it is more that he goes somewhere. A rather elaborate series of spells.
So I'm assuming that also means that that's not... When I go there in my dream, I'm not physically there, obviously, but is the place I enter physical?
Going to say
Or is it a
this.
representation?
For alternate forms, they are uncannily sounding similar. That's something that I'm not used to encountering.
I think we sound a bit different.
A bit.
It's just a touch.
So, these tests for being of interest, do they involve something related to his bloodline, sort of magic that he's able to access with your help?
You got it half right. The tests are specifically targeted at his bloodline.
So you're part of
You
a
are
noble
testing
house.
whether
Sorry. Mm.
yours is likely a better question.
Well, you'd say from that logic, if you're testing his bloodline and you're from a noble house, are you trying to discern whether he's either part of your house or part of a noble house? Or could be?
That is not necessarily the question, so I will answer that with a no.
Is the test relating to his involvement in a noble house?
No.
Is the test related to his inclusion as a member of your species? Or otherwise definition of
Yes.
kind? What happens in the event of failure?
Nothing. As he has seen himself over the past, year now? You've been experiencing the dreams? Allow me to give some knowledge freely, since it will speed things along. With the nature of his race's ability with magic, and that, well, all things considered, it seems rather rare at this present time. Those who do find themselves so inclined to see the dreams, and who do not.
What about me makes me rare? Exactly.
As you are aware, you have some, at least, partial amount of our blood in you. You descend from one of us. That, in turn, in technicality at least, makes you one. There is, shall we say, a possibility, environmental causality, or, shall we say, situational bias, that causes our blood to take precedence.
Unfortunately, I have a lot on my plate, so...
If that is the correct wording, I believe it is. Something that you've done, things in your life, where you've been, whatever it is has caused our blood to become more present in you.
Is it something where over time the blood will grow to have a stronger presence in me?
Until you become 100% correct.
Yes.
But only if he succeeds in the test?
No. The test is simply so that we are aware of him.
I see. This progression is then inevitable.
In technicality.
It will continue without intervention.
Yes.
I suppose the next question would be, what changes should I be expecting then? Things I need to be aware of. Should it progress that far?
For the time being, none. Unless you do something that progresses it in some way. If you simply continue living your life, then it may activate in some small amount. That said, given the nature of who and what you are, the way that you've been living, and, of course, time, I have no doubt it will progress to a point that we will need to actually intervene or do something.
That was going to be our next question. If it got to that point, what would intervention involve?
Well, given that he would then be, for no better word, complete, it would not do to have him running around. So, you would be made an offer.
Mother.
And what offer would that be exactly?
Before I answer, why don't you give a guess? I think it's fairly obvious.
I would assume the offer would have something to do with me joining the house.
Correct. After all, you are descended from an Agites. Which means you are, I suppose, Ludwig Agiti.
And suppose I hear this offer, and I do not want it. What happens next?
You will be forced home.
Forced.
Yes.
He is home.
No. In technicality, his true home, at least right now, back where he came from, his work.
What is the purpose of
But
forcing
once
him to
he's-
return home?
There's its upsides and downsides.
We are not supposed to be here. Someone
Many
got hurt.
beings are not supposed to be here.
Yes.
Thank you.
What he said. But the difference is, we actually take care of such things.
So if he has a purpose here, then he can remain.
Not necessarily. That would depend on what the purpose is and what... Well, for no better term, contracts would be ongoing. That said, he has a purpose.
Well,
Being a
I
member
do
of a
technically...
house, there are expectations. And at such point as a transformation becomes complete, something as simple as time would not be as much of a concern.
Time has already had its factor on me. I'm older. I'm by no means young anymore. Not a pup.
The relative impact of time can be minimized.
As you are now, perhaps.
Take Corona, I'm not the host.
If he were to renounce allegiance to your house fully, what occurs?
Well, there would be two options. The first would be, as I stated, for him to be forced home, and at that point he would likely be punished. However, that is only a possibility. The second option would be that, well, through no great effort, any trace of our bloodline would be removed. How that would leave him afterwards is not of our concern, and he would be left here. Well, the remainder of his life.
Would his
At that
life be
point, he will no
diminished by
longer
the
be our
extraction?
concern. There is a possibility.
Would his life...
What if someone just knocked you out, both? Then you'd have the headache to start.
You know, where some group of folks who just randomly come around, go and try to tell you what to do.
Not telling me what to do.
That's exactly what he's doing. He's putting a muzzle on you.
So let us get this straight. Part of a house that has no involvement in his life up to this point and gives him a test that may push him towards that only to expect him to just go with you when you've done nothing for him. You haven't been there for him. It's like parents that have been out of their child's life and then expect to come back and have them be subservient to them.
You blame us for that? These people are the ones who decided to do something.
It's a long story, Neptune.
This is Mr. Ludric. This is not Mr. Ludric.
Says
He
evil
has-
twin brother.
He has chosen to appear as Mr. Ludric, I believe.
I see. Well, since it's out of my jurisdiction, I'll let you guys continue your conversation.
Even if it's not
To continue
your original fault, it's not his either. And that means it is his choice.
Not necessarily. And again, do not forget, as I stated, after he is complete, when he is ready for evolution, then he will be taken. At that point, he will have his choice.
You don't decide the fate of others.
Strictly speaking, he may be very capable of doing so.
That's up to Ludwig to decide if that's actually going to happen or not. Ain't that right?
Well, here's the thing. I think we're all forgetting something here in terms of... He speaks of advancing the blood. Not something that's just going to automatically and immediately happen. It's if I do things to activate it, do things to make it progress. It's simple, I just don't do that. Problem solved.
What would be the things that would
Of course, that is your
cause
choice.
such to advance? So he has the choice whether to do them or not.
It could be a great many things. His emotions, the effects of people around him, where he may find himself.
And I guess the next question would be... to make sure I understand all sides' possibilities and things. You were sent to retrieve me, I go home. Quote, unquote. What's to stop you from simply just coming back?
Nothing?
Would he be recovered again?
Depends. After that point, there would be certain expectations. Tasks you would be expected to accomplish. We all have our
Such
jobs.
as?
You would be expected to serve the house in some manner for a set amount of time, at which point you will be allowed to do as you please. After that, consider it an on-off basis. We're not going to force you to fight in the Blood War or something like that.
You just have to do the dishes of a bunch of people you've never met. For like
Exactly.
a while. You gonna reduce yourself to that?
In return, you would be a member of our house, fully, with the benefits and restrictions thereupon.
What would the length of his obligation of service be?
That depends on what he is assigned. It could be anything from a few months to a few decades.
And what determines when I'm assigned, exactly?
That is up to the person we answer to, whose name I believe you've already heard. Mostly this would If I am to assume correctly, based on both my job and the tasks of others, you would likely be assigned to be a mediator of sorts. You would be able to free to spend your time here as you wish, but occasionally you would be asked away. The duration of that may vary.
He says ask, but it's not an ask. You know that, right?
Correct.
I'm aware. I'm fully aware.
What if he is bound by previous obligation that prevents him from performing his duties?
I'm not the
If
host.
that is the case, then someone else will be assigned, and he will be assigned to something else. And if he still cannot accomplish his duty, then further exception will need to be investigated. Of course, that would require much proof, and shall we say no small amount of lawyering?
This can be arranged.
Okay,
It's
you're
not
looking
necessarily
far.
a bad thing.
We're also looking very far into the future as well. These are all what ifs and ands and buts.
Correct.
I'm just saying it how it is. Group of folks coming up to you, telling you what to do, pushing you around.
Oh, I'm fully aware.
Sounds very familiar, don't it?
Oh, I know, quite aware. I was actually going to ask about that. Couldn't help but notice you had a history of my people in that archive.
Was that the
Correct.
beginning?
More or less. Shall we say his people were a sort of project?
And what exactly was the project?
To establish more curated homes. Consider it colonization. The tower
Looking
is
for
rather
places.
small. And there's a great deal of us. Rather than shoving them out onto the plains of Gehenna or the Abyss, it is better, don't you think, to find somewhere that's a bit more manageable.
More welcoming as well. Having a home to call your own that isn't constantly under siege and gaze of those who don't wish to acquire its power. Could understand.
Corona, I'm not the host.
Could understand.
And it's not like we didn't give your people some manner of freedom. That said, that freedom was abused, and as a result, eyes looked in places, and actions had to be taken.
I believe the sum of total available paths forward may currently be understood. At least none are apparent to me further at this time.
I will say, respectfully, I will say this at least. I am someone who makes his own path. Someone who makes his own choices in life. I've done so for quite some time, and I will continue to do so for quite some time. Should the obligations of what you are supposed to do have to be taken in the future, I am more than willing to discuss it. But I will not be told what to do.
The rate of progress is on you. If you wish for it to be furthered quicker, then I can assist him. Otherwise, I will simply do as I've been told.
Like a good little lapdog. Going being told what to do by your family. Ain't that something?
Do you not serve? Do you not work?
I do.
There is no one here in this guild over you.
I am to come and go as I please within the guild halls. There are those who have rank over me, yes. But they do not force me to do anything I do not wish to do myself.
They do not, but could they?
He has every right to leave if that's what he wishes. He isn't stuck here.
Yet we are
Well,
enabled
certainly.
to extol cost should he choose to refuse.
Should one not do as they're told? There are consequences of that. I too have my own freedom. I do as I please quite often. But I also have a job. Things that I must do. And I do those.
I have many jobs. I own a company, co-own a company. So I have obligations here already. As a matter of fact, I actually have a contract currently. That may prevent me from doing those duties at times.
An interesting choice. But who am I to judge?
Flowers the puppeteer.
Just now noticing her, she's been there for quite some time.
I don't exactly have eyes.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Monsieur Thorgar.
Are you alright?
I think you've made your presence and intentions very clear today.
Obviously doing quite the job as a lifeguard of sorts. You know, because God forbid people would actually
I'm
let
not your
this
enemy.
poor fellow actually swim on their own without supervision.
I could be a friend.
You know how unsafe that is.
You won't let her touch you again.
Obligations aside, had you the choice of doing as you pleased and found out about me, what would you do?
Thank you.
Your honest opinions, your honest thoughts.
You see,
What would I do about you if I had your freedom in this matter?
quite dramatic, I assure you.
Yes.
You should always have people supervising.
Nothing I'm not already doing.
I don't make the rules.
Not like I was given a script to read.
Let's stay away.
Hell, most of this is already me improving my way through it. I choose to
You may continue the conversation.
act in the way
I simply
that
wish to keep her inside.
best for the situation.
What do, Monsieur Thorgar? Besides, walk up to people at the beach.
The rest of the conversation we'll hear later.
Right.
It seems it's over.
Besides, none of this even comes to pass unless you decided to.
That happens to the best of us, Thorgar.
How you choose to live your
Can also
life
be
and
good ones, depending on the
dedicate
public.
yourself, or if
It's all a matter of
simply asking for my
perspective,
assistance.
if you will.
That is up to you.
Also, you say you make potions then? Amateur alchemist, perhaps? Do you have your own shop?
I believe this conversation has reached the best conclusion it currently can. If you wish to explore the guild, enjoy the patrons here, feel free to. But I believe you've come to the end of this conversation.
Then, till the next, Ludwig.
someone who enjoys a good drink every once and again, then, I'm guessing. Probably built your entire fortune about it.
I do what I do, and some people think I do it well. I am fortunate enough in that at least.
Do not believe she is wearing gloves.
Then that's all.
Conversational skills are better than most candidates I select.
And, judging by what you
Because I'm a
said,
firm
To be
believer
honest with you.
something.
not everything has to end with violence. Words can suffice.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
I like to believe, though, that I have the insight of the future, or at least what the future can hold, and the probability that it'll come to that anyways.
Monsieur Thorgar, if you have the skill to boast, do so at the earliest convenience.
If we do take this contract between you and I, maybe that is one thing I can help show you.
About something.
We should talk in the first place about that. I have further information regarding that. Part of the reason why I wanted to pull y'all aside. We can talk later.
Well,
Whatever.
We're already here. The other kind
It's one of the private hilltop conversations.
Mmm.
Right.
Many people like to find it akin to chemistry, but that is simply untrue. There are many different forms.
Can ask her to keep the gloves on. If she takes them off again while she's here.
As with anything with the magical realm and the likes, it all depends on what you're actually trying to accomplish. People trying to put everything into the same subtitle, if you will, usually ends up with issues, and with people missing limbs. But I guess that's the element of surprise.
Oh, I've blown myself up plenty of times.
Paper or cloth, or
Good evening, Miss Anastasia.
also a very thin wood.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
It's been quite a eventful week.
Hi, laddie.
Oh, I bet.
Back home.
Thorgar, you do good potion work.
Pretty large.
Thank you.
There's something we'd like to request of
Appreciate
you
your
while
compliment.
you're at the shore, Miss Anastasia.
Capital city.
Is there
Of
something
course. Do let me know. What's the matter? What's on your mind?
Mountains in the distance.
Would you be so kind as to keep your gloves on while you're here?
Oh, but
that surrounded the mountains would
how am I supposed to sharpen my claws with my gloves on?
be dense pine sometimes.
There are plenty of other places to do so. Will you just ask while you're here, and for the safety of the people here, and emotional and mental safety is included in that.
Oh.
We don't allow people to go brandishing their weapons outside of the sparring arena.
Only like a foot away.
Or the training.
Fair. I'll probably be seeing him again.
I'm gonna take a wild guess at the small one with red hair and enjoy her experience then. Is that what's going on? I told her about it. I told her it wouldn't be fun. But no, apparently that other side of her really wanted to experience it.
If they wish to do so outside guild grounds, that is fine.
Beautiful pine forests usually
But
at
here, we also take care of the other ones that have been affected.
the base, and as it got
Not just
closer to
them.
the top, they would space out or not be as dense.
Oh, aren't you an absolute sweetheart?
Usually snow.
Always heart on the hand for the others, aren't you?
You do try.
Beautiful.
What's with the gloomy face? Come on, arc those eyebrows the other way around, right? I'm only here to be a lifeguard, right? No running around the pools and all that. Making sure that the two fellow doesn't drown and all that.
Of course.
Occasionally, I guess you could say villages dotting the
Well,
countryside.
Hello.
if you're alright with at least, while you're here, the gloves staying on, we are more than happy to have you, Miss Anastasia.
Of course, of course. The simple demands.
Quite massive.
I guess next time I'll just bring my whistle and my swimsuit.
Good start.
The
Thank you.
Empire I'm from kind of
Hello.
controls the
How about a
entire
bee?
continent that it's on.
That I think that they will take.
I think admittedly they've used it once. It would be so far-fetched to use it again.
There's a difference between willing me and using my capabilities.
Look, we're alright.
True.
It's been a while.
Make sure. I already been caught up with everything
Depending on what they
already.
need it for, we can
Good to know.
Miss Sasha went back to the guild hall.
Alright, good.
Also, you're gonna be alright too.
Give us a moment. Mm. Just so everyone's aware, given that Miss Anastasia is here and the effect that physical touch from her hands has on people's mental state, we asked her to keep her gloves on. If you see her without them, please let us know. A very tall woman with a top hat and pink hair.
What I was told.
What were you told?
Territory got taken over by was it First or something?
Yeah, a bit of it.
Yeah.
You doing alright?
At some point, yeah, I'm as fine as I can be after having a conversation like that.
We don't have the blessings
can
anymore.
table
That's
another
still
time.
angered us a little bit.
I'm trying to watch my anger, actually. I'm trying to be a bit
That's good.
mindful.
It's good that it pissed y'all off. Whenever people come in and push people around, that's we don't stand for that.
Did I ever see soldiers before?
I've had champions in the past cut someone's throat for even saying less.
Absolutely not.
I don't blame them.
Lady of the scene. I entertain people.
I'd like to at least hear all sides of things before I make decisions and actions. I've made too many hasty decisions.
We can still be better
It's
than that.
caused me problems. It's been a time. Why don't we go to the hill? I believe he has an offer he wishes to make you.
Alright. Hello, Mr. Ethan. It's good to see you.
You actually Ludric?
Yes.
Good question. I don't even know who I am anymore. Yes, fine.
Yes. Just go straight to it,
Yes.
Roderick.
Yes. Alright. Sorry, yes.
It's best not to. Everyone's been like gaslighting girl boss something.
No, this is,
I'm just picturing
Bane.
Ethan.
Gotcha.
Oh, we were all having a great time.
Yeah, it's one of those weeks.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm quite aware.
Oh,
This hill works,
next time I talk to Lady Q too.
Sure.
Ah, yes, the Talking Hills.
Alright. So, start off with the bargain first. Do you need protection tonight for whatever you're doing? Additional protection?
How did you learn about that? Oh.
I gave no information outside of potentially a dangerous place.
We don't know. We're fairly certain we won't be alone there, given what we told Mr. Gildair. We should still have a stick, but we don't know what to expect either way.
If you don't, I do. I can give you mine.
Well, if you don't know what to expect, you should go there with options at least. I can give you options, several.
Go on.
They all each have their own, well, they all each tie into the same bargain. You do something for me, I do something for you, that kind of thing.
We see? So, what sort of options?
Well, there's a difference between wielding me and actually using me properly. I'm sure you both know that.
Yes.
Now I can put mana into a blade and hand that to you. That's free of charge. Don't mind that. But, if necessary, I can tether myself to you two for a little while. And if I do that, it shares a connection between me and Higgs and you two and myself. I can exist there a bit harder. I can help if combat becomes a thing.
The only worry and issue we have with that is you said it still connects to Higgs, and his mind is already... If it's as bad as you said, we don't want to cause any more stress on that, fracture it further. We don't know how it would affect him. We don't want that.
There wouldn't be any mind connection between the two. I can sense his feelings. It would stop at me.
You're positive of that?
The only thing I would be using is a tiny bit of his mana, which I already am for being here. I'm sure he wouldn't notice. He has quite a bit. However, you are right. If it does get bad enough, and if I begin to start using it more, I will just pull from you. That's the reason why I would tether to you instead.
All right. Is this something that would be noticeable to the people around? Because we had an idea. And we don't want to be indiscreet.
I can disguise myself as an object, put me in a bag. Ideally not a bag of holding. That would be tough on the connection. A hairpin. Or a...
We have an idea.
Sure.
All right.
If you do that, alternatively, I can offer you what I offered, Ran. I will give your body a coating protection. Natural protection. Think like the spell Mage Armor, but a little bit tougher.
We do have Mage
It'll be
Armor.
a one-time use.
Mm-hmm.
This would be like souped-up Mage Armor. Think dragon skin.
I see.
It would be especially effective against magical attacks. Magical attacks would bounce off you. The problem is the kinetic force that you would have to take still regardless from any attacks would still be present, but it would help against magic. Thirdly, and this is the least ideal one for both of us, but it is on the table. You accept my bargain, and I become your patron tonight.
You can do multiple contract situation like that?
No, I would cut my connection to Higgs.
Then no.
And I would skip Ludwig. Understandable. It doesn't really sound ideal for me either, and it would kind of make the point of you doing something for me a little null void. Well, I'll give you it in simple terms then. The thing that you would do for me. I have a favor that I owe. Well, no, a favor that is owed to me. Well, one of us at one point. But we've had as a group, so it works for all of us. I thought long and hard about what y'all said to me yesterday, and I think that for the moment, I think Higgs would have probably, if it got into the mix of it all, I would have probably he would have probably gone to a length to retrieve me if it was a necessity. So I should respect that. Or at least try to. So I will attempt on retrieving the boy, and I will be less.
Again? Name?
I'll be a little bit more proactive about it, I guess. So this favor I owe, I believe that she may be able to do something about it. I think that she could, well, news first. The doctors in Orlando Sanka basically said Higgs has a very slim chance. It came in earlier today. That he has a very slim chance on ever getting up. His mind is permanently shattered.
Don't believe that.
They said they had some options, but they said given his state, they're expecting him to deteriorate. So we're on a bit of a timer.
Okay then, timer. How long?
A few weeks at least. A few months at most. They're not expecting him to live past 3 or 4 months.
Wouldn't be the first time he had odds like that, so...
I think it's very doable. The problem is that I don't have the contacts that I used to have, and with Higgs not being awake, I can't do, he can't do things for me, so I'm presenting it to y'all instead. It's simple. We need to go to the Winter Court.
Winter? Why?
Oh dear. Don't they?
Well, so I, at one point did some business for, Queen Mab. Took care of something for her. She, I believe, there may be stipulations added on top of that, and she may make a not-so-nice offer, and it's gonna put y'all on the spot. Not to mention you won't have the protection that I will. And I can't exactly give you, can't exactly give you protectional rights. That only reaches to me and my champion. So, and as my champion is currently wasting away in a bed, it's gonna be a little interesting. We go there. I'll talk to Mab. And then I will let y'all decide the fate of Higgs. Whatever she says. It's not my place to go ahead and judgment what his fate will be.
What do you mean, what she says?
There'll be stipulations, tie-ins. Which will likely give him a chance at life, but it'll be, you know how they are. Especially of the Winter Court.
Why does it have to go directly to the Winter Court on this? There's got to be other options. We're still going to try a dream dive, at least with other people. Maybe we know.
You'd kill yourself doing a dream dive. It'd be like trying to jump onto a moving car. Except the car's, like, not there, you know?
Damn it.
There's a few other options that if I need to think of, I can, but this is the first ideal one. Now, luckily for y'all, you would probably not be put into any kind of bound for this. It would be between me and her. And Higgs, most likely. But this will work probably the best for now, at least.
We'd say it's our only problem. We know it's not our only problem, but don't know if we'd be allowed in winter like that. Not in front of the Queen of Air and Darkness.
Is there a particular reason why?
Not winter.
Fair enough.
I do know one thing. It's very likely. The last time I was there, and the champion and I that were there, his name was Simon. Simon and I went there and did some work for her. And she offered the position of Winter Knight to him. And I, technically. You familiar with the term?
Somewhat, yes.
Simon immediately turned her down. It doesn't go against the code, but it would mean that we would have to be at the beckon of her if she ever needed us to be. So he said no. She didn't really like that too much. She desperately wants to collect me.
And given what we just had a conversation about down there, you're somewhat okay with this? In a way? Because that's what it's sounding like.
That's not on the table, and that's for his decision to make. But it's very likely that she will impose some kind of reason to. She owes me a favor, so she has to deliver on it. But
So
she can make
this
it deliver it in a way that would most likely hinder Higgs at some point or another. And the stop that hindering would be to become her knight.
Sliding scale of favors with you all.
That's up to him. But I think the doctor said something about that it would need to be something of great power, so we're looking at here. I'm trying to think of the entities that I know that I don't exactly want to slit the throat of right now.
We don't suppose we can ask your insight, Lady Q?
You're welcome to ask my insight whenever. You are my champion, after all.
I suppose you heard
Though
all
I
that.
am missing some slight context.
Higgs is in a coma in Orlando Sock at the moment, given another deal that got pushed too far. Given the blessing, the anger we were under. So now he's at a point where apparently only a very high entity can potentially bring him back from the shattered mind.
My go-to would be Janice, but he isn't listening. He's probably busy, and from what I can gather, probably have much more important things to deal with than just Higgs.
My question would be, what would Higgs want? There is a possibility that it could just be time for the warrior to put a sword down. From the conversation that I've had with him, I don't know if he'd be too happy to hear that a higher entity was the reason that he was still alive.
Maybe, but we also know that it's not just about him either. His wife.
No.
Oh. I keep forgetting that he's married.
Not even just married. Empathy link. He dies, she dies, vice versa. Put me into a bind.
Oh, yes. The same with my people, with our chosen. And that death is a permanent death. That being the case, however, I understand that issue. Suffice to say that I wish that I was able to provide a bit more assistance just fine myself.
We understand.
And being a cat and all.
I don't really have any input on any of this, to be perfectly honest with you. I kind of feel a little lost. Actually,
This may sound like a very stupid idea.
My favorite?
But have you tried speaking with Sachi?
I don't think Sachi has the ample power to do so. Unfortunately. But he can always try.
Maybe. But that's the thing. It's still also a point to be made that he did have a contract with Higgs. So he has at least a vested interest in him.
That's true.
And if anything, he might not have the power himself, but he may have contacts who do. Definitely someone better than that of the Winter Court. No offense.
Yeah, but is it going to be someone who he owes a favor to? Or vice versa, is it going to be someone who has a little more than just ill intent?
It's the gamble that everyone's going to have to take in this matter anyways, right?
At least if Queen Mab owes you a favor, that means whatever she might call him upon to do wouldn't be opposed to your and his ideals, right? You can make that much at least.
She's a little sweet on me, so probably not. I say sweet like she wants to own me, kind of thing. She doesn't want me to be damaged.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing she wants is
broken goods.
Exactly.
Heard that term before, unfortunately.
We want to help. We
I
want
would
to
say
help with this
if
so
your
much.
apprehension is so difficult with the court, at least take the one avenue that I've maybe suggested, and then
That's...
if that doesn't play out, then go on from there.
It's honestly just for us. We want, like we were saying, we really want to help. We want to help so much, but we don't think we'll be helpful in winter. We learned in summer. We would not be looked upon kindly, most probably. Or
I don't think anyone would be looked upon kindly here, especially now that it's the turning of the,
Yes, but more so than non...
One more moon.
You should very likely go, though, before winter solstice. If not after, but then you're starting to cut into, the danger area at the time. If only this would have happened during, summer. We would have maybe had a little bit more, bargaining.
If you can get the people, if you think this is one of the only chances, if we can look into it maybe and see if there's another way, but at least if you have a connection there, he should be...
Why don't we start talking to Archie?
Mm.
Explore the
Yeah, sure, talk with him. See if you can do anything. Make him aware, though, that, if I wouldn't have suggested this unless I thought it was a necessity. Someone of Queen of the Winter Court's power.
Going to him, well, it'd be a matter of... to suffice to say that Sachi has a deal with Spring Court, so...
Really?
Where do you think he gets his Fey wine from?
We should have expected that. We really should have.
If I'm not mistaken, you've met her.
The Duchess? Huh.
And the problem is that, again, back to the power thing.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
The equinoxes ain't as powerful as the solstices, especially at their time. That's why,
my pointing out the
wasn't here for a
spring
while,
was,
right?
Was more the fact that I'm unsure if the Queen would look kindly on your associations with him. Ooh, more chess games though.
And this was the favor for your help tonight, right? To help with this?
You take my help. You do this thing for me, help save my champion. Maybe we don't have to worry about any of this.
We definitely want to help him. We're just trying to make sure
So
that
when
we
you
don't
say
become a
your
hindrance
champion,
instead.
You're speaking of Higgs.
Correct. I can only have one at a time.
Sure. Well, that is definitely a proof that you have Higgs's interests at heart.
Maybe. After some reflection, I needed to, reflect on my recent actions.
Hmm.
In that case, which one of those seems the most appealing to you out of the three first ones? I guess the fourth one's off the table, which I would prefer anyways.
We'd go with connected to us via an object, but discreetly. If you're going to be there, don't... If you take a form, if you take any other form, don't look at us, don't ask us. Pretend like you're not there with us. Right.
A bargain's been struck. I will see you tonight.
I assume you probably want to look at this too, if you can still use our eyes. We're going to see a play tonight.
See.
Why do I feel like
I'll
this is
keep
about to
an
get
eye.
dangerous?
Zante. Sorry.
Hello.
Busy night.
You're fine. I just didn't want to interrupt. I also didn't want to climb down, considering it took a lot of strength just to climb up with my blades.
I figured as much. I trust you tonight.
Well, be careful.
Do you know I'm only one call away. I'll stay in
Right.
contact with you, send you messages every now and then, check in on you, make sure you're alright.
We're going to set up a few of those.
You had mentioned wanting to speak with me. Was there anything you wanted to speak with me on before you head on?
It was actually mostly about, well, what we just told you right now.
Okay.
So you wouldn't, so you would be aware, no matter what.
Of course. As always, the eyes of the Twilight Mother are upon you.
And we already assume you know what's
I'll let
going
you
on with
talk.
that. Thank you.
A little bit.
You're
I
much
don't
fluffier
know
normal.
verbose details, but I know that a certain individual from a certain faction wanted to
Over the
put on a
shoulder.
show.
Come on.
Woo! Okay.
That's right.
Do be careful. I'll try to extend as much of my influence as I can from the Nexus, but
We know that you're stretched
I
thin
can
already.
only do so much.
And that's also why we have backup here. And we found out at least that the spell songs you've taught us have helped. And if there's any sort of manipulation going on with that, we wanted to be there to try and fight against it.
If anything, while I'm watching, I will join you in chorus.
Thank you. Though we guess...
And as for the message that you had sent me, I will be attempting to think of some things for you. As it stands, the place is coming along nicely, so the
Glad to hear
table is
that.
almost set. I know that it's been quite some time since I had first initialized everything, but
We can
suffice to
understand
say
how busy
that this
all
world
that
has
might
a lot
be.
of chaos in it
Very
that
true.
distracts me.
It's a chaotic situation in the first place, so we're not at all surprised. We understand. And we'll be there.
Mm-hmm.
But we assume, since you're aware, we're going to use a mask tonight.
Of course.
At least as best we can.
Sometimes you just wish that certain individuals in certain parts of this reality would just leave you well enough alone.
But that's never how it ever will play out.
Replace that with leave our friends alone, and that's pretty much our sentiment.
Well.
Please get back and make sure Miss Sasha's alright. She was pretty upset. Oh, hello, Mr. Fable.
Don't mind me being covered in sand. I'm just gonna lay on the grass and just.
Do you need some prestidigitation?
I'm covered in grass and dirt. I don't think presentation can deal with grass and dirt and sand.
Why wouldn't it? That's what it's,
There's like 3 in 1.
cleaning.
You know what? I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna lay
Okay.
here for now, just for a hot
Right.
minute until my sister decides to go elsewhere.
We have had a lot of experience cleaning up various stages of grass and dirt and sand at this point for years.
Yay.
Luckily, most of that wasn't from the fork.
The amount of times I've been thrown in the water, then into the sand completely. I feel gross.
That's how it tends to go, yes. Right. And you got that information we sent you, right?
Yes, I saw it.
Okay, good. Oh, hello, Mr. Kleptus.
Hey, you were saying like something about someone that we were looking for or like to be cautious of earlier. Who
Right.
was it? I missed that completely.
Her name is Anastasia.
Same guy.
She's a very tall woman.
Thing? Oh no.
A very tall woman, pale.
Her?
Has sort of. Yes. Wait, which are you talking about? We were talking in comms about Miss Anastasia.
Anastasia.
Yes.
Yeah. What? What'd she do? What's?
She has an ability. She causes paranoia and nightmares and things like that in anyone that she touches. She's touched a few people here, including staff, and caused quite a bit of distress to the point of a bit of PTSD-like symptoms. So we saw her without her gloves over at the beach, so we asked her to put her gloves on. So we want to make sure she keeps them on.
Hi.
Yeah, well, that's all done. Yeah, she said she can't really control that and she forgets sometimes.
Yeah, she told us the same.
You explained it to me before.
Okay, because I found out where the director stays.
Yes, and then she touched someone right afterwards, even. It was a complicated situation, but we definitely don't want to. If it can be helped, she should be told.
Fuck no, the theater's blessed.
Yeah, I get it.
Can you give me a location?
Let's just say one of our other staff have had a very sordid history with her too, and made it to the point where she was afraid to be around when she was here.
Same goddamn clothes. And they're going to Atlanta.
We have bad blood.
Atlanta is kind of like really skeptical right now because they're like
demonic type entity, something like that.
Their boss is a member of
And I know who. Well,
so question mark.
We're not sure if you know Miss Valencia. She's been one of the medical staff here with us for a while, though she hasn't been around recently because of Miss Anastasia's appearance. She was worried that she brought her there because apparently they're family. Family. It's a complicated situation. Very complicated.
Well, she's from a different.
Aha.
The situation with her was because different city, but the whole like
yeah
space doing what she did. Yeah, that's something that could be, done about. They probably
Like,
just
we understand
won't do
dealings and
anything
things
about
like
it.
that, but
It's a space that wasn't.
Do they share similarities, like
It was done to one of them members, but Paddy refuses to do anything because
Miss Valencia,
like in
tall, yes, had the same. It's like a marionette cross beam above her head as Miss Anastasia.
Okay.
Have you noticed that those two
That
men
makes
there
more
are
sense to
super
me
fucking
then.
close now?
It's the first time, second time I've seen her, but yeah, I suppose.
Well,
Tends to control
like,
souls or
that
spirits or
is-
something like that and
emotionally
put into
speaking,
doll forms. Met a few of them.
Ren is like happy, like more happy than usual. And
It's quite the situation around here. We're sorry. Feel free to just focus on
No, it's
blacksmithing
fine.
and.
I'm just like, I'm just. Well, I'm staff now, so I should like be
yes.
concerned with this stuff, especially.
Right.
I'm just
I
like
appreciate
putting
that.
pieces together because I've talked to her like a good amount.
Give me 5 minutes.
So like this now is like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
It's one of those weird on the line of a problem, at least at the moment, that we don't want it to cross that line.
Yeah.
But given that it pushed away one of our other staff, that seems to be a line that was already crossed with her, so it's a balancing act.
Oh, I need to be told so many things all the time. I have to stay up here for now.
I mean,
Hear this from me then. As you
I don't know.
things, right?
There's a.
We just want to make sure our guild members don't be getting PTSD, especially other staff members too.
Yes, that is important.
We've been a counselor for a while now, and that is very difficult to deal with.
Oh, so you're. Oh. That is. Why would you do that to yourself? That sounds awful.
We're bards, and we're enchantment specialists, so it's what we can do at the very least. We can listen, we can talk, and we can try to work out that sort of thing. We'd rather not,
That's
but we
a lot
can.
of negative feelings to go through. A lot of
Yeah.
trauma.
Yeah, but we'd rather people have a way to work it out. We were just explaining to Mr. Kleptis about...
certain keywords. Trauma is one of them.
We were just explaining about Miss Anastasia.
Ah, I see, okay.
So, there's that, and apparently there's a lot of that conversation.
Like we said, we at least want to help, and if that's the way we can help, we'll do it.
Oh, this fucking sucks.
They were just taking on your visage. They're not like a parallel version of you or anything, right?
More of a, it is much easier to be in public with a friendlier face than to show what you really are.
Don't I know that?
Ha.
Speaking of which, you should probably
So
check
what
on
are
Miss
they
Sasha.
exactly? Like a clone, a skinwalker,
You ever heard of a thing called an Iconoloth?
Not familiar.
Fiend. They're a fiend that's dog-like.
Yugoloth fiend, yes.
Yep.
I've not
and
encountered one of
devious
those.
little shit.
It's not in.
Fly.
Stop it.
You get a Z snap.
Let me say, let me send you.
Ebb Flo. Oh, I
Sorry, just need to check on someone.
A lot of people use a lot of things for bad things.
Hello.
But I understand the
But
feeling.
that doesn't make the object bad. It's the people who use it who are bad.
Mixed
But
D,
we
mixed
can't
Ray.
forget that.
How are you all doing? Have either of you seen
good.
Miss Sasha around? We wanted to check on her.
Sasha.
I haven't.
I haven't seen them around outside. Maybe they're still somewhere inside.
We'll take a look around then.
What did it look like?
Short,
Little.
red hair with a long braid.
Oh, no, I have not seen them. Not since I got here the first time.
We'll take a
Maybe
look
try
around.
the
Thank you.
office or the library.
We'll do that.
Hold on to that fur that I gave you. And then once you're... Return it. You can. Feel free to hold on.
You burp.
You burp?
No, I'm trying to burp. Not working.
Don't force it.
My body, I hate it.
Miss Sasha, are you around? All right. Oh, no, it's fine. Thank you. Here, we just want to make sure you're all right.
Related to Miss Anastasia.
Yeah.
He does not.
I can leave if it's too much for me to be here.
I do not. It is not a secret. I am uncertain. I suppose that I would be better had she not arrived.
Right.
It is also possible that I am more troubled by the lack of knowledge.
Which aspect?
I did not know she was behind me.
Right, neither did we.
Are you all right?
We're fine. We just wanted to check on you, that's all. Sorry if you were interrupting something.
Oh,
It is
no.
not dissimilar to the conversation we had earlier.
Ah. Let me see.
Got the mana crystal to glow.
What?
They gave me mana crystals to practice. I got this one to glow.
Well done, Zante.
Very nice. Hi.
Hey, Silver,
Hello.
Ebb Flo.
Asha?
Hi, Mr. Brindle.
So what are you gonna try to do with it now that it's glowing, hmm?
Well, I gotta fill it all the way up and then give it back to him. It's Reishi.
Oh, all right. It's good to see you.
Oh, the headmaster.
Oh, Mr. Rishi. My gosh,
Ri-
it's like calling my
Rishi?
Reese's Puff almost.
Reese's.
It's a nickname.
Rishi. I'll have to remember that one. And the Reese's.
Like the name.
Yeah, right.
Hmm.
In case you ever want to try to properly say it, though, remember it's Rayash. So.
Rayash.
Mhm.
Rayash.
Rayash.
Something rah Rasputin.
Rishi
Oh,
sounds
no,
a
no.
lot easier.
No, it's like the bread and then ish. Kind of like the bread. So Rayesh. Rayesh.
Is he who I also talked to about setting up a shop here?
Think of it as like some British
Yes.
guy saying the word
Actually,
rash.
well,
Rash.
there are a few people working on the
Rash.
mountains, but yes, that would definitely go through him too.
Are you okay?
We're all right. It's just been a long day, that's all.
You and
We need
Mr.
to go get
Lizard
ready
Paul.
soon. Mhm.
Something happened?
Oh, looks like everyone's starting to head out.
It's a long filled day of stuff
A
appearing
very
in
long
and out.
day.
Oh wow, it is almost closing time.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
So the machinist didn't give out a year.
Now I just need to fill these up and then try to
We're
cast
keeping an
my
eye on
magic.
them at least.
I'm going to try prestidigitation, which I think I'm starting to get down,
Okay.
and firebolt.
When you said long day, like did
No, nothing involving that. Not that we know of.
Clean the clothes out.
Okay. Alright.
I should have used that on him.
My bad.
You're fine. It's also,
you mentioned
I
you
was
were
really
half-
fighting Mr.
it
Ludrich's
was
tail.
mostly Ludric because it's been having quite a day with his new skinwalker friend.
I'm part human, yeah.
What do you think the other part is, or do you know?
I don't know if I should really say.
There is a difference though. The way you can tell. Their eye
Yes.
color.
There's something to be ashamed
They're
of.
very
or
much.
something of
There's
it.
that
So
among
that's-
other things.
No, I don't.
Good.
I don't think so anyway. It's just the
You gotta
more
watch out for that.
people know, the more people can use against me.
So are you not?
Okay.
Is that not?
It's Higgs's
You want it to be a
patron.
guessing
It
game, I
looks like-
guess.
Huh?
Well, I
His
don't want to
patron, the
guess,
sword.
and I don't want to be really rude, but I also don't
Oh.
really use things against people like that.
I took this one
I
to
mean,
make
it's not
things
like-
easier for me.
That's like somebody
wait,
who
I
would
thought
use it against me would
Higgs'
say.
sword was
I know, I'm just
his
teasing you.
wife.
No.
But
No, Miss Rand can
I
become
understand
weapons
the
sometimes, or she used to be able to, but
It's my dad's request.
Not anymore. After the
that's up to you. I'm not gonna force you to say it. If you want to keep it private, you're more than welcome
If it's
to.
any consolation, Holy really does not like me.
She cracks.
Oh.
Well, I'm gonna let you know
that's
now.
bad.
A lot of races and species are pretty accepted around here in the metaverse. I'll tell
I
you that.
suppose it's time.
Everybody's.
Pork chop sandwiches, get the fuck out! We're closed. Pork chop sandwiches, get the fuck out! Thank you. We're closed. Bye.
Closing up, see you.
Mr. Kleptos, you have to learn the process. You yell pork chop sandwiches, get the
I
fuck
know,
out, and then they leave.
Okay, pork chop sandwiches.
Yeah, exactly. It's sandwich time.
I guess like dinner time.
Any plans afterwards?
Is that like
Kind
what
of.
it's equivalent to?
No, we just learned that people are supposed to yell pork chop sandwiches and then tell them to get the fuck out, and then they get it. It's worked out.
Oh, pork chop sandwiches. I'm gonna get
Mm-hmm.
the fuck out. Bye.
I'm sorry?
It depends.
I thought it might be nice to speak to you at some point. If you do not
Sure.
mind.
Fine with that.
Your
I'm sorry?
hair is. It's like
someone played a little bit of a prank on you, Miss Sasha.
I do not understand.
Oh, your braid is kind of weird. There we go. It was kind of doing one of these behind you. Whoop. We got it.
Well, they fixed it now.
Huh! Hey! Oh. Oh, you do not feel that? Did they tug it? Don't tug her hair.
Who's tugging your hair?
We'll be right there.
Ludric, I understand you're all high and pie, you know, but the guild is closing. I'm saying this.
I'll be right back. Like. What's going on?
Then leave. Fable seems to be not moving or responsive.
Huh?
And
Mr.
I don't know how. I don't know what to do.
Mr. People? Was her name Magic Cast Around? What? It just happened? What
I don't know.
What happened?
I came up here and he was already like this.
Detect magic.
There is no magic.
Okay. Nothing magical then. Mr. Fable. Can you hear us? It's Ebb Flo. This is gonna be... I'm gonna try to reach out with some Fey magic. Mr. Fable? Can you hear us? What's going on?
Oh no. 1 second, I need to roll for something. Guys, please roll. Oh no.
They're over here.
So a metallic substance starts to come out of my neck or my head. It starts to react aggressively.
Whoa! 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 Okay. Metals don't like that. Got it. Got it. Hey. Oh, come on, Mr. Fable. If we had more context. Who else was around?
No one. I came up here and saw him alone by himself.
Okay. I need to get... Can someone contact Miss Dillon?
I do not have her number. Or know how to contact her.
I don't have any means of
Just sending.
This is really bad timing because I had to go and deal with a delivery.
Yeah. This is a busy night.
Honestly, might as well, put it in bed for now.
Oh, we need.
I understood you there, Gabane, but your voice
Yeah.
sounds a bit.
Get him to the
fuzz.
medical
Would
wing.
you, I heard get him to a bed.
Yeah.
Probably get him to the medical wing.
Medical wing.
No, I don't.
Yeah, can anybody carry him? He's probably pretty heavy with the medals.
Super heavy?
I am super heavy.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah.
To compare your lift such a thing right now.
Thank
Gabane.
you.
Okay, you know what? Less
Okay.
questions, more moving.
Yeah, we're gonna.
I have to go
Sending.
handle another, I guess you could say, errand, but would you be
It's
able to
alright,
keep
we'll
me
take care of it
informed?
beforehand. We'll try. We'll get somebody on him because yeah, we have other stuff. We gotta. It's busy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just keep moving, I'll follow.
Oh, wait, wait.
He was previously. I'm not 100. I'm not entirely certain whether he is. I believe I've been told at some point that he was aligned with Winter. Associate heavily with him, generally.
We put out a sending.
I will remain with him if you must go.
Pretty soon, but. Oh, what happened, Mr. Fable? Come on, Miss Dillon. Okay, okay.
My hair. Did it appear to be being held?
His eyes are white?
Yeah.
Sure look like to me.
Oh.
Thank you.
Like, are his eyes any different?
His eyes are pitch white.
Okay, I gotta do another sending.
Oh, sorry. I've re-triggered it, so you know.
Oh.
Man, what a time to not know anything about Fable.
Luckily, Miss Dillon seems to know something.
Sorry?
I am nothing.
No. What was it that you said? I want to hear it.
I am sure he will be alright.
I'm sure we can figure out something.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Nope, Jack was not around. He's like probably the only other person who really would know about him.
Getting something soon, maybe?
Other than Dylan, which she's not responding right now.
Oh, she is.
Oh, she is? Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Just waiting for the sending to get through.
What's up, Sasha?
Nothing.
Okay.
I do not believe she is present.
Also, she said, well, she sighed first last time, so that's something. Oh, I mentally shut down defense mechanism. Something made him lock up. Okay, well.
Can you make mentions of someone without their gloves on?
It is not Miss Anastasia. I do not believe.
I don't know. Does she leave handprints of something of sorts?
No. Though, I am unaware of any who were this immediately affected or severely.
Higgs,
I also suspect
he was only affected a little bit, and it was only in his dreams.
I believe that I may have been the most potently affected, and it required a significant amount of contact. I suspect this would have been difficult, as I believe she was in the courtyard at the time.
Almost
Well,
Dylan
I
said
do
he
not
just
know how
need
long
to
he was sitting
wait.
there. Understood.
Okay. Sounds like that's what needs to happen.
Okay. I'll just let her know that we'll keep him here, and if you can watch him.
And the liquid that's coming off of him?
Mm.
Or am I just imagining things?
Oh!
Where the
Welcome back, Mr. Fable!
Where am I?
Oh, you're in Misty
Why am
Medical!
I
You
here?
kind of froze up! You
I
froze
was
up!
sitting by the shore!
You froze up!
And you were there. And you were there. And you were there.
Yeah,
Wow,
we
you
didn't know what
really
to do,
are
so
good at
we
the
moved you to a
game.
bed because, yeah, we didn't know how long it would last. Welcome back.
Yeah, I've had a little bit of inner demons, so I guess I did mentally shut down.
But you're okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting to get lost in my own thoughts that hard.
Yeah,
Sometimes it
that's
happens.
that's pretty lost, yeah. As long as you're okay.
I guess I just was like, letting go of the wheel. Let me just get in my head for a little bit.
Again, you be an
It
expert at
happens.
freeze tag.
Well, I'm good. I assure you. I'm good.
Maybe. East?
I'm gonna head out.
Water
You don't have to
first.
mind me.
Hydrate
Yeah.
before you dehydrate.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for the scare. So usually what
okay, we're
happens when I
just glad
mentally
you're
shut
okay.
down, my eyes go
Okay.
white from what people told me.
Got it.
Hey, and
Now we
using
know.
foils to move you next time wouldn't be a, problem, would it?
No, it wouldn't be a problem.
Okay, good.
It's my body that you have to worry about, because my body deems you as a threat. It will retaliate, even if
Yeah,
I'm not conscious.
we kind of noticed. Sorry about that.
That's fine. It's why I'm supposed to be on the wheel. Otherwise, my body just goes, no.
Yeah, well, now we know.
All right.
We'll add that to the records.
I'm so sorry for
okay.
the scare. I really am. I'm
We're just
going
glad you're
to
okay,
head
Mr.
out
Fable.
now.
That's all.
I'm fine. I'm sorry for the scare. Didn't mean to. Also,
Okay.
I see the Ichabane's got a new look.
Yeah. He's a lot more sassy.
It's just easier for. It's like I'm piggybacking off of it, so it makes things easier.
I see.
You lost your feathers.
I'm gonna leave now. I'm sorry for this.
That's okay. Good night. Oh, right. Should probably say, okay.
Yeah, the whole entire guild's closed. Take that, people. Ha 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 ha. Which, you, last time I checked, are not staff. So, which means, and you definitely do not live here.
Ickerbane's with us tonight.
We made a pact. I'll be with them for the next 24 hours.
Yeah. Also, just so you know, we're gonna... once we're back, we'll talk to you both. If you don't hear from us by the end of the night, assume weird things happened.
Okay.
Will you require assistance?
That's what we have Ickerbane for.
Have a backup to your backup, please.
That's what you guys are for.
That's what Geldir's for.
Also, Mr. Geldir, yeah.
You have
We're like 3
told us
backups.
Where you are going or what you are doing. Thus,
We're gonna see a play tonight in the Water District. Or not the Water District, the Garden District.
I see. Understood.
Oh, but if anybody else asks, we did not go to the Garden District. Not us. Not us. Right, sorry, don't say anything.
Could you, if you tell me that you are going somewhere, I can truthfully say that you said that you were.
Right.
But she just said she's not going.
I am incapable of lying.
Yeah, that was our fault.
I will not speak.
But that's what she told you.
I will not
What
speak.
about keeping your mouth shut? How about that?
Don't be mean.
It wasn't mean, it was honest.
Miss Sasha understands. It was our fault.
That works.
It is. Yes, it is fine. I am.
Sorry.
You're fine, Miss Sasha.
When all of you have left, I will depart immediately.
Alright.
Okay. I gotta get ready. You think it could be a pair of glasses?
I apologize. I do not believe we.
A bit unorthodox for sure.
Conversation, though I do not wish to keep you. We can continue it another time if you wish.
Like, if that's a connection, you can just still, like, do your sortie stuff.
I'm in no rush.
Like this elsewhere, that's cool.
It sounds like you need to take a moment to collect your thoughts. You sound like you're in a...
If anyone takes a look at you, they're magically they're not gonna see me, but they'll see a very intense pair of glasses.
I suspect
Intense.
that I have the answer. It is simply that I do not like the answer. I suspect that my hair was being held by Miss Anastasia. That is undesirable.
Oh.
It may become
see.
problematic if she was not wearing gloves, or if it was not her, then that would be helpful.
Right. This then.
Alright, well, glasses time, right? I'll try to talk.
Right.
I need to gather something.
Thank you.
Glasses don't talk, right?
No, generally not.
Alright.
Yes. We'll see you in the future, I suppose.
You got this.
Right. Let's go. Take a scout spin, tap it. Right, this always takes a long time, doesn't it? Very well. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Essentially, in character, I was under one of the pillows with a string and I was just pulling.
Hello there.
On the ponytail.
Well, hello, lady.
Hello.
So, yeah, I'm just establishing. Sasha's gonna go check.
I already messaged Sachi, so
that I've not used.
he's aware what's happening.
Okay.
That's,
What the
are you
fuck?
talking to them? In disguise, I
Hi.
think.
Talking to anybody.
fuck?
Oh.
Hi.
I do believe that he's doing.
What the fuck?
Something right now.
Wait. I feel like
Hey, it's been a while.
Design before.
It's been a while since we've seen
I don't know if I know him.
Danner. Hi.
Is this hold on, it's not the same guy because there was an outfit who had the same similar
happy about him. If you haven't already.
Oh yeah. Well, again. Morth!
I'm kind of a fucking idiot.
Morth!
Is this? I see. So is this what I think it is?
It's still my wife. Yeah, there's another personality.
Yeah, thank you.
I turned into Hickerman Go-Go Gadget glasses.
Model D.
Hell yeah.
Look, it's like it's the reverse.
Oh, I need to get this ready.
When we talked about being true Dylan, there's just instead of
You, hey, Caddy. Kind of.
You'll die. Me, I'm just like small.
We're going to the theater. Gotta dress up for the theater.
Because this woman doesn't like
theater. What? Oh.
You can tell I'm such a
fucking panicking the entire time.
Fuck you! It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine.
Did I tell you about the Kimmy, did I tell you about the recent update I was
What's
given
it to do in the theater? Is it like
all the stuff?
practical theater or like something dangerous happening?
Can I watch a play?
Possibly something dangerous. We don't know. We'll see. That's what we're gonna find out.
That's reasonable.
So
That's a little scary.
used to have the pieces. Like all the people who used to have the pieces.
Maybe you'll be fine.
Like back in the day. However, they finally reached out to me. And they've informed me
Right,
that they
fuck,
no
I still
longer
need to
have
talk
the
to-
pieces,
shit.
they're letting them go.
It got so late, my brain died. When I was working on shit until like 10 minutes before lobby. Yeah! Fuck yeah! Let's go!
Did you hear what I said?
Wait. Did you?
Okay, let me say this again. So,
Look at the skull.
remember
by the
when
way.
Corona died
Look at
and
the
how
effect I
a
did.
bunch of pieces were given to a lot of
Yes.
people?
Dent.
And it was just thrown to the wind, right? I got contacted by a majority of those people
Machines don't actually skull.
back after
I
I
had to
was
find a way to
contacting
make
them.
it look like she had a skull.
They're no longer
It's
role-playing.
metal is actually just cardboard in her face.
Nice.
Let go of those pieces of Corona.
And I just remember Lichbane's Bruiser Boy from the hand.
Which means it's now technically possible
So
for
how
people to go
protected are you from scry? Again, I need to know.
They still have that bracelet from Higgs. Non-detection bracelet.
I see it right there. That's what I was like asking.
Understood. My units. This is Fable's units.
Immediately when I saw that, I'm like, what the?
Yeah, its intended use is to be used against Malleus, so if you want to know how potent it is.
Pink.
Pink. So that they would have only one other means of observation understood.
Why not?
Pink! Let's fucking go!
You are being asked to take a peek at Discord.
Basically, her having.
Hello.
There we go.
How was your roleplay day?
Oh, busy. Very busy.
How you doing?
Okay.
Oh God.
Oh,
Everyone thinks
we're doomed.
Oh, I bet I know what she was asking.
I'm dead. Understood.
How you doing?
So pretty. I like that outfit.
Yeah, this is what Annie's been in lately. She also has.
Yes, yes, that I've seen. I was like, wait, is she that short? Like, I'm pretty sure this isn't that.
Annie's short.
Holy shit!
He's a midget.
I don't remember her being that short compared to. Huh?
Well, Kimmy,
also has
earlier a
this.
midget, so you know. Why do you have that?
See myself in her pants.
Don't worry about it.
I am. Because I'm blind.
Well, shit.
I am worried about it.
Just actually just like.
Hey, hang on a minute. No. No. I don't know why, but literally my brain just hit nostalgia. Where have I seen this before?
Did you enjoy that little review?
I mean, you've experienced a piece of her story before, so.
I have. It's Corona. She's fucking dead though.
She's fucking dead, though.
I can only assume it's from.
See, one of the reasons that I know some of the stuff that has gone on.
Like that eye makes me think it's from her.
All right, we're good. We're doing not quite a mission tonight. It might be a mission. Who the fuck knows? But we're going to the theater tonight, y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
That's why when I saw that, I was like, wait, no. I don't know full details, but no.
In my head, yes.
I got 1 minute before I have to go to a play.
Everyone else only has
So pretty.
Do we request at 9?
I don't know. I think, but I don't know. Who on. Oh, sorry.
Love you, Hearn. Happy birthday again, but still.
Thank you.
Borth.
I almost wanted to.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, I'm never gonna win it, but that's funny that it's almost similar shape to what people do for our son.
I'm working on something like a little sketch for you, just on WhatsApp. I got the line art worked up, so once it's done, I'll send it to your way.
Fun information.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
You both are stinky.
Stinky. Get stunk. Stinky. Double stinky after today. How dare you?
Triple stinky. Ultra stinky.
How fucking dare you? I need to remember the fucking voice I just made up in the spot there, so fuck.
Just imagine you're flirting. Anytime someone says something, you don't like, oh no.
No, you need to be a bit more posh about it, darling.
Where she's working now is piano, so she's working in piano.
Being a bit more posh about things in such situations is actually quite lovely.
You have to be a high-end prissy elf when you want to go out and about the theatre.
I mean, dogs also work together, I guess, in this situation.
She was trained.
One of the things he noticed so far.
Right, well, I want food, so I shall retire.
What is
Good evening, everyone.
Go eat your Thanksgiving leftovers.
No, they're already gone. I've eaten them already.
How dare.
God damn.
I didn't know you had a This was canon. It happens.
I think I can't take off the glasses in this. Oh well.
Alright, well, have fun with your theater. Goodbye, everyone.
See you later. Aww.
Because it's something that
I haven't heard anything, but
I don't know anything either. I saw Party's in the NPC channel. I assume he's asking for deeds.
Gotcha.
That's never gonna happen. A little lighting woman in a fucking sin.
Transfusion where you do go through a filter for a few days.
He absolutely
doesn't ever
swear. Doesn't the Anchor Bane have to help her? Mom, that's her mom.
Unless that is
This is the help right here. This is the sheath.
To protect them.
Okay, okay.
Issues, obviously, he didn't pay attention to.
I meant to say sheath, but my brain is not working at the moment.
Yeah, no, this is the sheath. You know, Anchorbane itself, like, I could probably pull it out here and the bloom would blind everyone, so...
Yeah.
Right.
Hold on, let me load my semi-combat. I think I have...
I never met him. What was that? Sorry, I hadn't checked up on him. Yeah.
I was already
There was like, I swear I thought for a moment,
No, it's not updated. Hasn't updated.
From what?
I haven't done any work on Higgs, like, recently. I'm still working on making his new skin mesh or his skin texture in Substance Painter. I gotta add
Right.
Became incredibly jealous and tried to
now does want to ask your
sister to his father.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Why do
I gotta build the map now. I gotta. Rand's gonna get done the model. I've already got ideas for units and whatnot, and I've already got like the ideas put out. I just have to actually produce all of it.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, we're fucked! We're fucked!
Do you even know how much I wanted to do that to you and then get banned instantly? Like, I'm
just messing around. I didn't do anything sinister.
In the true fashion of the Misty Shore, fucking around and finding out.
No, but I get to be on the bad side of Ebb and Flo and go out with a boom before we getting banned. Do you know how good that is? Like, do you know how good that is?
Yeah,
like,
that's fair.
As a power move?
That's true. It's true.
But no, if I did it to her, like, there would have been a whole cocoon of webs and everything. You would have gotten some nasty dreams. Like,
Oh yeah. Bring it. Let's fucking go. Whew.
I'm trying to remember. I think I must have said it in that
But
lobby, but I don't
the
recall.
gods above
I thought
said
of
that
it.
disruptive are they require a few days before, so I can't do that.
Kind of situation. When if I ever
Fair.
asked you.
Not of the conversation with you.
And by the gods above, I mean the thing we wrote like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I have no idea what's gonna happen.
I was tempted to add a little model of a whistle and just say that, you know, Ebb and Flo shouldn't run near the pool. But I didn't have time.
Oh god. That's fine. I know that feeling. I was very pushed for time. I'm pretty sure most of my shit doesn't work on this right now. I'm hoping it does. But it probably doesn't. I probably hopefully won't need
I
it.
installed my 11th, my chest hacker, and it doesn't work at the moment.
Aww. Oh well.
Basically because
It's being cracked in Steam VR. I can see it, but I can't.
that's what this is.
In
Like, I don't want you
VR,
here,
it's
and
on
I
the
will
floor,
die.
like over there.
So I'm gonna have fun
Not
with
too
it.
sure what that is.
I also don't want you.
I'll have to figure that out.
Yeah, but in case
But I have a GoPro strap now to my chest.
Oh, nice.
Little bar stand, say
That's awesome.
Cheetos, sorry, Cheetos.
So
Let's use
I'll
that
be able
fully
to
working.
actually like move my head and chest independently. So that's gonna be nice.
Yeah. Let's go.
So I asked Sachi, I will be actually able to be there invisible spectating, which is
This is gonna be fun.
Into your freaking cave. So.
Doing my stuff.
I remember that.
Oh.
If I was today, I would have been like, come over
One day.
to
What a time.
fucking Anastasia, but Anchorbane does not give a shit about things that aren't like in its
But I don't
agenda.
bother because it's not a necessary thing to invade.
Baby, we're gone.
Damn it.
Like if it's not a
Oh,
god,
this is broken.
basically.
Shit.
So if it's
I have
not
to
a
go to
god,
my...
and it's some
Okay.
potential candidate, they don't give a fuck.
You wouldn't be able to because you require
There's
either
a
a
substantial
description
difference between a
or
god and a presidential candidate, in my opinion.
like knowledge of the
Named the
location.
king.
God and a presidential candidate.
There are places that you can get to from outside in her cave.
Oh, Obama.
So would I tell you that this avatar is related to my height?
True, very true.
Oh no.
Did to your what?
My height.
This is the stuff of your,
Oh.
Just a fun
Damn.
thing you mentioned.
Damn. Oh. Okay, I got a thing from Sachi.
Yes, yeah.
Got it. Alright.
No, you wouldn't be able to.
See y'all later.
Nobody would know that you were there and stuff.
Oh, is it time?
Yeah, at least I got a thing from Sachi specifically.
If you die, I'm gonna.
If you die, I'm gonna. Shit.
Ah, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Oh, lovely theater.
Controller die? No.
Please come inside. Find yourself a nice spot.
Thank you, darling. Greetings.
Greetings.
Oh, marvelous structure. Artwork is impeccable.
Is anyone expecting any more of your friends or any guests coming along?
I just came up myself.
I said.
I just came with an invitation, so.
Came
by myself.
Anyone else though? Very well. What about you?
That's it for us, I'd say.
Alright, we should be starting soon.
Not want to dress up for the theater, darling?
Go for it.
It would be a shame if the spectacle starts with a little bit more of people. I would guess you would like to have more
No, I
eyes
understand
to enjoy
that.
this show.
That's
I invited a
first time
couple
going to a
more.
play. Gonna admit my knowledge of proper
Is it
attire
good?
for plays is not
a bad etiquette.
Yeah.
Oh, don't
Apologies for
worry.
the short notice. But
Besides the theater, I'm normally like going to
Curiosity
stargaze
goes.
in very large gardens, you understand? So I can understand not wanting to be too frilly about things, right?
I know if I was going stargazing, I would definitely be wearing the comfiest thing I could. I guess that would end up in me falling asleep out there in the middle of the night, so I don't know if that's the best idea.
That's quite comfortable.
You have a name, ma'am?
Vale.
Vale? Slade. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure.
So, Mr. Director,
Yes.
I could borrow your attention for a moment. What's the theme of the play? Something classic romantic style, horror,
Action.
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 Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
A history.
Kind of action.
A little bit of dramatic. Drama, right? Could be a little bit of strife, depending on how you see it. It's for your own interpretations of how.
Okay. Understood.
Mm.
Well, I will
Perhaps
ask
we'll
no further.
Keep an
I'll
open
let you.
mind then.
I'll let you surprise me.
An open mind. As with all things, subjective. Hmm.
Crap. Well, now he's actually got me interested. Dang.
You came to the theatre and weren't interested.
Well, I'll admit, kind of came here just trying to keep my own head busy. So now that I hear this is actually something like that, oh well, you kind of got me caught.
Mm-hmm. What is the theatre if not to make us think about things less complicated in the outside world?
Preferably.
The decor on the theater is definitely
Not
interesting
bad.
too.
Well, I mean, it's theater. They always go for the, I don't want to say strange, but deep.
Yeah.
I guess.
I believe the term is
Or
avant-garde.
avant-garde. Okay, I got you. Avant-garde.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the correction, Ms. Vale.
Of course. Well, I hope it certainly helps you clear your mind, but in a better way.
I'm sure it will.
Hmm.
Very sure it will.
Well, our guest should be arriving soon, so we'll be starting. I'm gonna get things ready. Make sure the actors are all set.
Of course.
I wonder if we should spread out more, or are we just gonna be all on one side?
I mean, we're watching a play, not setting up for a tactical attack or something, man. We can just chill out.
That would be ridiculous.
It's okay. You know what? Honestly, I really hope what I said was just ridiculous. I hope I didn't just jinx myself.
Oh. Well, if you're not jinxing things, hopefully you're correct. But either way, break a leg.
I hope not. Oh, metaphorically. Metaphorically.
Yes.
Metaphorically.
Theatre. You need to understand the
know.
theatre a bit better, darling.
Yeah, they always said wishing good luck was
Well,
actually the
they're
worst
here.
thing you could do. So wish them.
Well, maybe I just need some one-on-one lessons, Ms. Vale.
Right. I believe that's everyone.
I like to think I'm a bit of a
Yeah.
connoisseur. I might be able to teach you one thing or two.
Right.
Understood.
If you want to, make your way towards the stage so you can hear our performance.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
No,
All right. Let me see.
approach.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to a grand show. This story, right, is a bit on still being updated. But I give you The Fall of Dragonspire.
Dragonspire.
I am Stormbringer, one of Sarah's faithful followers, and I have come here to lay siege to Dragonspire, infested with those heretics.
Please, Almighty Cyrus. We are but weak beings. Show us mercy.
Showing you mercy. Well, we've already shown mercy in the past. What did you guys do? Torn our city from the sky. Killed the most faithful ones. Mercy's beyond you. Only thing that awaits you is loneliness, as we are many. And we have come here to deliver judgment upon your sins.
Please, show us mercy. We are weak and few in number. Our walls are also so weak.
Well, you are indeed weak, as you are nothing in the face of the great Lord Saurus. You do not even deserve to walk upon this earth. You do not deserve to be in his grace. Only the purity of humanity will remain, as Saurus wishes it.
But we will be nothing.
You were nothing to begin with. Just a mistake. Though don't worry. Your sins will be cleansed, and the world will be cleansed with you. Your blood will be payment for all your sins, as your judgment is upon you.
Our judgment? But as I said, we're nothing against the beautiful Saurus. There's nothing we can do.
Yet you guys tried to deny him. You tried to deny him the glory of this world. You tore his city from the sky. Killed billions of his people. Slaughtering also normal humans walking the streets just for your sports. You deserve nothing more than a swift end.
No, no, don't!
Why the stopped?
Interesting first act.
Yes, the first act and the second act will be happening Monday. Well, I hope you enjoyed the show.
Is that it?
As I said before, Slade, we're always in theater, since we're all actors, are we not?
Oh my.
Wrong?
Yeah, we've been surrounded.
Suppose we are.
What you said?
Very well.
Well, a lovely performance.
Well then.
Have a lovely day.
You as well.
And like that, we should all graciously leave the theater.
We should get the hell out of here.
Of course.
Yes. So, the fire, the dragon's fire. I hear about that place. Next Monday.
Really?
3 days. All right. What are we waiting for?
Oh, those.
Fucking ominous as shit.
Ominous.
It's fucking ominous as shit.
Ominous.
Shit,
I'm
pulling out my crayon card and calling someone.
No fucking course.
The crayon card.
I still have Hearn's original business card when he was still Starman that he drew with crayon.
It's a shame.
Hey.
That's interesting.
What do you do with crayon?
Huh?
Yeah, you did. Okay.
Acting! Brilliant!
Oh my god. I don't believe you.
Way back
That's
when
okay,
he was
they can
still
get-
Mr. Starman, Mr.
Dragonspire
Cowboy
can get another
Starman.
castle.
It's cool.
Like here, everything, like,
There's always another
Make it. They just have to remake it.
cool.
It's fine. It's fine.
I can't remember. You're just like, here, he's like, not as good, and then of course.
It's okay, you can get another one.
They're just hitting on musical. It's true. It's fucking true.
One for mine, you know, like you're like, okay,
that was
fancy bitch. Boy, howdy.
Whoa. Whoa. What's so dark in here?
Restraining myself from making Minecraft comments. Like, wait, are you Slade?
You're Slade from the Minecraft?
Minecraft
From the Craft Mine?
I'm the dude who fishes and does nothing else.
A big fan, man. Thank you for inviting me to the fish capital.
You're welcome.
fish.
You're welcome. I figured you'd want to be
One
there.
of you motherfuckers go. And I was like, oh, all right, looks like a fight it is.
I didn't even bring my armor.
Yeah.
I know.
I was just prepared for weird shit. I was just prepared for mine shit.
What to expect?
On the way out.
Counter charm. Up and ready.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was just like, I'm gonna stick in this purple smoke.
It's like, yo, somebody was hip.
Somebody was vaping on the way out.
Yeah, we vape. we all musically vape.
Can we vape?
It's a Dragonspire Monday.
There you go.
Oh god.
Dragonspire. We got more shit Monday, damn. Fuck. We're doomed.
Yeah, man. Hey, make sure you guys go over your lines. Don't forget your lines.
What, Doom?
Don't forget
Doom.
your lines.
I love that.
You're gonna forget your lines. Anyway.
Yes.
Doomed.
Don't forget
Okay,
your lines.
cool.
Hey, remember your lines. Remember your lines.
Yes, always remember.
My lions.
Can
If they actually get attacked, I hope to God it actually gets treated like a fucking theater play. Like, you cannot attack us! Teams!
We are the masters.
Oh my god. Do we need to when they see them marching up, we just go, Fiends, you cannot march on Dragonspire? For you have not officially challenged us.
Spire marches on the dragons.
You dare march
You
upon
dare.
my home?
You dare.
Yeah.
We were ready for any of you to attack, and we were gonna be like,
We're not. At least most of us aren't murder hobos. That's good to know.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but the crew.
I probably want
What's
to
up?
change a few hand gestures.
People got
I
self-control.
realized,
Yeah, right?
That crew that got invited, every single one of us was like, what if we just didn't shoot at them? They're literally giving us information. That's true.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, we all walked forward. They were already there. They could have hotboxed us the minute we walked onto the floor.
that map and get things prepared.
Oh fuck yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Which you have,
we're already there.
It's just like a
Well, Slade's gonna feel awkward.
Like, wow, this thing's in
That was the thing that you did. Why did you do that? I don't know why you thought that. I mean, I know why you thought that. But honestly, for shame.
You can fool your friends, you can fool your enemies.
Shame. Shame.
Jesus.
That's a really good.
To be fair, he's also never seen her with.
Talking.
Oh god.
When
What?
I started talking, when you started talking, I thought it was a new character. I was like, oh.
No, absolutely. It's a purveyor of good theater.
Look, actually, hypothetical question. Is this the same thing you did for Bank Job, or no?
Yes.
No, Bank Job, you posed as the actual guy. You posed as the actual father.
Yes.
So, this would not have been who you came in as Bank Job.
No. No, but
you
yes,
wouldn't
but
have
no.
seen this.
No, you would not have seen this at Bank Job, no.
But it would it feel the same in terms of magic? Is it the same?
No.
Would you have been looking? Would you have been looking for that though?
Yeah.
People cloaked and fucking walking
You
around
wouldn't have
this
felt.
whole fucking time? Hell yeah!
You wouldn't have felt any magic.
Okay, because Prisma and Ion scouted the place yesterday and today before we even showed up.
Oh, you guys doing a whole mission? Yeah, I just got invited to.
Dude, I was the first
Yeah,
person to
there's
join the
like no
world, and
invitation.
Sachi was like, "Hi," and I'm like, "Bro, I'm not even in character yet."
I'm not even in character.
I'm not even. Yeah, it took me a second. I looked around, like, okay, they're in character. Go.
As soon as I was the first person who joined, and he was like,
That would
"Come
be-
in," and I'm like,
I also gave you a hint.
"No."
Do me a favor. Make it GM the Dragonfire server. That way I can have it way beforehand, so that everyone can know. You're fine.
Yeah.
Do you want me just to send you my agent?
Oh, but yeah, that would be the most awkward, like, exit in the place, step into the side, like, hey, if you want my phone number, just change.
Gave you a hint. Stargazing in a very large garden.
So, are you gonna be?
You forgot. Man.
I'm off on Monday.
Fair. Fair.
You think
I
I
tried.
catch signals?
I at least tried.
You think I catch signals?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like,
You think I catch those things?
Could I have D&D today?
No, yeah. I've never been.
Oh, God. At the very least, he wouldn't feel super awkward now that he knows certain things, so it's like, well,
one shot, it would have happened.
Do you know how many
very
phone
pretty.
calls Dragonfire is gonna get?
As if Dragonspire has a phone.
Finally.
Yeah.
Monday. Yeah, I'm good Monday.
No, that's good. That means they're not gonna tell.
Slade's just gonna go Monday. He's not even gonna fucking. He's not gonna call him. He's like,
It's
I'm
just
just
gonna
gonna
be like
go.
phone calls from like 4 or 5 different
If
people being
nothing's
like,
happening, he's
"Hey,
just gonna say, okay, this is a play.
we
Let's
just went
see
to
it play out."
play. I just want to let you know."
Like, yeah, no, you need royalties. Siegfried, get some royalties off of this. They're using your brand.
It's like,
Yeah, they're literally using your brand name.
We're the stars.
Lawyer,
Bullshit,
lawyer,
but we
the
can deal with it rather quickly.
lawyer Zaris out of Zafira.
Oh my god.
Put them into bank.
You do need a lawyer, and I will say,
my
shotgun did pass the bar exam.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, we just need to next time when we see them marching up on tower, just have a lawyer standing out in front.
Slate couldn't figure it out.
Whoever's the first one thinks, you have a restraining order. You guys can't be here.
He didn't.
Go away.
That's good. That means I can use it again.
The law says you're not allowed.
That's good. Also, that's very good.
Whenever they come to invade, just be like, stop.
Hammer time.
No.
Stop.
Collaborate and listen.
It's okay.
I'm going to deep CRP.
Oh, have fun. Oh man.
Deep CRP? Okay.
Deep sea. Deep sea RP.
Tina's RP.
Deep sea, in the deep sea.
In the deep.
Into deep sea.
in the deep sea, in the middle of the
Chad, thank you for joining me. Who can I send you to? Because I think that was it for the night.
ocean middle.
I had no idea what to expect, but I did the thing.
The only way to know about these is to hang around you guys, because yeah, once again, heard nothing about the.
I found out inexplicably, so I just created this character because I wanted to do something and he was gonna be locked for a little bit, and I was like, okay, you know, I'll just do this for a little while, you know, it's fine.
Crocodile alligator.
Hey, have
And so I was like, okay, I'll do it, and then I kind of just like ended up in a way where I was going to be swimming anyways, and then Luna was like, hey, come to the RP. I was like, okay, here I come.
All right.
Mm.
All right.
Well, that was probably like the crappiest deal that they've ever made.
For something like and stuff. So I'll keep you updated. If not, I'll shout to Daggers so I can also send you my information.
I already shot you the invite to the server, so you're all good there.
Huh.
Oh, perfect then. All right,
Enjoy your deep sea. Oh. Guess I kneel too. Bye. A lot of people are on. Let's see, let's see, let's see, let's see.
I mean, I just did basic things. I actually want to add like the immersion things, so I have the contact and then just punch and make the noises.
I would love to have that on mine. So like, imagine just not.
I can kneel it today, so.
Any
Something love to Kimmy.
things, and I could just like.
Hi, nerd.
I just have to have both hands.
Hi. Sorry, I'm raiding.
Hi.
Finishing that up. How you both doing?
Maybe right here.
Doing good. Yes, coming down after stage fright.
Oh, it was so good. That was fun. It's like, oh, there's okay. We got a show now. We should have had dinner. Damn.
Go to dinner right after.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what? Sorry. I'll actually. Hold on. Why didn't I? I'm dumb. Let me send you to Hearn. Yeah, it was fun. I was half expecting people to pull shit, but they didn't. So.
Yeah, I mean, we were ready. We were ready. We're like, all right, here it comes. You know.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
It's nice that there's a peaceful way out. We were just like, yo, we just leave, right? It's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's fine.
yeah,
That was
we
an
let-
option. I'm glad that was an
Okay,
option.
bye. I'm like, if there's any like weird blessings from that thing, fuck it.
What I've been trying to do all this stuff is that like because people have been coming to me out of character for things, right? Instead of me intrusively doing like, hey, I'm doing this, whatever we're gonna do this, right? So that way people can figure things out, looking in, and if let's say if you guys attack, you're like, all right,
That's literally what I did.
I'll give it to you, you know.
One
Yeah.
shot.
Send Hearn some. It's his birthday still.
I was like, they're giving in.
Give him all the love for his birthday. Oh my god. I just read him so often. They're like, oh right, this is a special day. Fucking do it again. I don't give a shit.
I thought that's when he was gonna fucking murder us, but no, he was chilling. I'm like, okay, sure.
Yeah, when he said everyone
Yeah.
actors,
like,
I took it two ways. One is
I love you all. Stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. I'll see you, I think, either tomorrow or I don't know yet. We'll see. I don't know if D&D is on for tomorrow. If it is, I'll see you then. If not, who knows? Maybe I'll find something else to play or something else to do. We'll see.
Bad with names.
I love you. Send love to Hearn. Bye bye.
The main talker in the scene.
I don't think he actually said it.
Stormbringer.